Topping your Fox 45 early edition newscast, juvenile violence continues around the state, this time with shots fired at a Baltimore high school. The investigation underway and how state officials are tackling the issue. And a councilman is proposing a new way to tackle the city's carjacking crisis. Coming up, why he believes it's important to have more than just the people in Baltimore involved to address the problem.
Starting off with nice temperatures this morning, and as we head toward the rest of the week, we'll talk about how those numbers shape up and what we can expect for the upcoming weekend. It's all coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It's Tuesday, September 19th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, see how this day is shaping up. Good morning, Justin.
Yeah, good morning, Meg. Looking good. We're going to have lots of sunshine today, another very pleasant afternoon, and we're starting off the morning very pleasantly as well as we look down from our Towson camera right now. Overall, not too much happening out there. Still dark, obviously, with temps are hanging out in the mid to upper 50s for Cockeysville and Towson. We're at 58 in Owens Mills and 62 in Woodlawn, lower 60s in Baltimore over to Rosedale, Essex, and Middle River. So a cool Tuesday morning leading to a mostly sunny afternoon. Those temperatures staying near average for this time of year. So on your morning drive, windows down here, we'll keep those numbers in the mid to upper 50s through most of the morning commute. Right about 9 a.m. is when we'll get to about 61. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. This morning, we are continuing our coverage on the juvenile crime crisis plaguing the state. The latest incident happening at Dunbar High School. 2 teenagers are now in custody after shots were fired at the school yesterday afternoon. Police say gunfire hit the window of the cafeteria. No one was hurt. We know it happened after dismissal around 4 p.m. It is the second shooting at Dunbar in the past few weeks. Earlier this month, a 12-year-old was shot at a football game. Well, that shooting comes on the heels of a violent weekend involving teenagers in Baltimore. Of the 7 people shot since Friday, 5 are juveniles. We know that Fox 45 News has been covering the juvenile crime problem for months as parents, police, and prosecutors across the state call for change. And coming up this morning at 5 o'clock, we have live team coverage on it. Olivia Dance will be live with the renewed urgency to address juvenile crime in Baltimore County. And then we have Shannon Lilly, who will be live with the potential divide between lawmakers and the people they represent. Now, when it comes to a resolution on carjackings, Councilman Zeke Cohen shares proposals inside Baltimore City's hall. Cohen wants to convene city and state agencies for a hearing on why we're seeing the wave of carjackings and what can be done to address it. We questioned the councilman on his timing.
Do you feel that you and other lawmakers should have done something sooner?
I think that we're all working together to solve this crisis, and it is a huge issue, not just, again, in Baltimore, but in so many of these jurisdictions. And I think it takes an approach where everybody is at the table.
How fast do you think you can get everyone to the table?
I don't want to put a timeline on it. I got to work on that with the chairman as well as the council president, but I would say as quick as possible.
When that hearing will take place, it is important to note that Councilman Zeke Cohen is running for City Council President. The next City Council hearing on the Brooklyn Day mass shooting is set for September 27th at 10 a.m. In just over a week, council members will discuss how Baltimore Police, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and the Housing Authority responded to the shooting. Last week's hearing ended early after emotional testimony from one of the victim's mother, who says that police should have been there to protect her daughter.
This did not have to happen. This didn't have to happen if there were 1 or 2 or 3 patrol cars out there. I'm sorry, guys. As I said, this is my life.
Brooklyn Day shooting response is expected to be a topic of discussion during Acting Commissioner Richard Worley's confirmation hearing. It is scheduled for this Thursday at 5 p.m.
On your Tuesday morning, our Weather Authority forecast, not too bad right now. Looking out over the stadiums, Ravens back at home coming up this Sunday afternoon, and the undefeated Ravens too. Of course, your O's got the big win last night in Houston. Here's a look at our out the door cache. Sunglasses for sure, maybe a light jacket as you head out this morning. Our temperatures right now are hanging out in the 50s and 60s, so not chilly per se, but it's going to be real nice if you want to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours on your jogging cast. Temps staying in the 50s. Back with your full forecast, we'll talk about the potential for rain on the way this weekend. That's coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Trending this morning, the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly is kicking off in New York City. At least 145 countries are expected to speak this year. Day one of debate will kick off debate today with remarks from the Secretary General, followed by Brazil and then President Biden. Ukraine's president will address the group sometime later today. Each leader is given 15 minutes to make concerns known on the global stage. The summit will wrap up next Tuesday. The leaders of the UK, France, China, India, Mexico, and Russia will not be in attendance at this year's UNGA, but ministers and lower-level officials will represent those countries. Leading up to today's UN General Assembly, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Elon Musk met in California. The Prime Minister's visit comes at a time when Musk is facing criticism for allowing anti-Semitic messages on his social media site X, formerly known as Twitter. The Prime Minister faces his own political opposition at home and abroad with his judicial overhaul in Israel. Their talks focused on artificial intelligence, but turned to free speech and anti-Semitism. Protesters gathering outside of the Tesla factory where the two met. Meanwhile, Prince William meets with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres in New York. It's part of a two-day visit for the prince as he promotes his environmental initiative, the Earthshot Prize. Today, he'll attend the 2023 Earthshot Prize Innovation Summit, where this year's finalist will be announced. The initiative was launched by Prince William back in 2020, and it looks for solutions to the world's greatest environmental challenges. The U.S. increases its national debt once again. Still to come, its impacts as lawmakers are working to avoid a government shutdown.
Flu shots and COVID-19 vaccines. What do we know about getting the two together? I'm Liz Bonus. We share some answers just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. Accused killers now calling our nation home. The direct tie to border security and the rising concern surrounding more than 1 million gotaways. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. COVID-19 and flu cases are currently on the rise, leading to hospital stays on the rise from complications. Medical reporter Liz Bonus joins us with a look at whether you should get both vaccines at the same time.
Hey there, hello to you. Flu shots are already in pharmacies and doctors' offices. COVID-19 vaccines expected soon. So does that raise the question with you? Should you get both of them at the same time?
We do get our flu vaccines, and the reason why is because I caught the flu once.
Diamond Lacey, who we met bringing her daughter Leasia, who's 10, in for a well child check at the doctor's office, admits.
I was a nayer, and then after I realized, like, oh my God, I gotta get this not only for me, but my kids. We are now flu shot people.
This year, since seasonal flu shots and the new COVID-19 boosters are both here just in time for a rise in both illnesses.
We've been seeing a lot of people who end up being COVID positive who are testing COVID negative on day 1 and 2 with the rapid test.
That means you might need a lab test to confirm, says Dr. Scott Woods of Ohio's Tri-Health Family Medicine.
Go to a medical facility, go to your physician and get a PCR test.
But at that visit or any other, both parents with younger children or adults can ask a doctor about the flu and COVID-19 vaccines. And when it comes to getting them both at the same time, here's what you need to know.
I think it's very acceptable. We do that all the time in kids, give multiple vaccines, and immunity is strong with kids. No real reason it should be any different in adults.
A recent study in the Journal of the American Medical Association that looked at what's called co-administration found getting the two together is safe and just as effective as if you got each shot separately. But it's also possible that the 1 in 6 who get mild side effects from either shot for about 12 hours may feel those side effects more intensely.
Certainly, as you stack vaccines, you stack risk of side effects and stuff. So that certainly has to be considered, especially if you've had any kind of unusual reactions to flu in the past or to COVID in the past.
Now, it's too soon right now to know how well of a match the vaccines will be to either of the current strains for flu or COVID-19. As we learn more, we, of course, will share it. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. This morning, the Orioles are staying on top with their win over the Astros. Taking you live here this morning. You can actually see, looks like we got Camden Yards on the right. We'll see if we can get you to Houston, Texas as well as the two teams prepare. Oh, that's on top there. Then we got Camden Yards on the bottom there. Two teams preparing to go at it tonight once again. Last night, it came down to the minute here. Hopefully the O's can knock it out of the park again tonight. First pitch, 8:10 p.m. We want to see how you're supporting the Ravens and the Orioles this season. It's been pretty exciting here. Just scan the QR code that you see on your screen. That is going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in. Pretty easy. You can just upload your pictures and videos there. This is all powered by StackLab. 4:48 now. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers into this. Pretty exciting time to be a Baltimore sports fan.
I mean, 2.5 games up. Rays are in now. We knew that they were probably going to be into the playoffs. But, yeah, Kyle Gibson on the mound tonight. And we've got really only a few home games left. And then now officially we're doing October. Yeah, 2 weeks left. That's it. And then we've got October baseball. So very excited about that. And great win last night. Good to have Means back on the mound, even though it got rocked a little bit. But it's all good. We'll get things going. And we saw Batista throwing in the bullpen over the weekend. I love all that. So either way, looking out at Camden Yards, looking nice right now. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam zoomed in right there. Of course, the O's not back until next week. 60-year temp right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little westerly wind, about 10 to 15 miles an hour. That humidity up there at 78%. So overall, not too bad. You can see those temperatures hang in the 50s for the next few hours, steadily climb into the 60s as we get to the 11 and noon hour, and we'll see those 70s and temperatures close to 80 for some of us by later this afternoon. So overall, your high temps today typically in the upper 70s this time of year. A lot of us hanging in the low to mid 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. 77 in Towson, 76 Perry Hall and White Marsh, right near 80 at Baltimore and Dundalk for this afternoon. Numbers for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties in the mid to upper 70s for Ellicott City and Columbia down through Elk Ridge, Glen Burnie, Pasadena down through Severna Park in those mid to upper 70s. Lots of sunshine to go around today with those mid to upper 70s for you as well on the eastern shore. Eastern all the way up into Rock Hall, out toward Chester at 77 today. Now looking at our numbers for the countdown to fall, it's coming up on Saturday. Early Saturday morning is the autumnal equinox at 2:49 a.m. So by the time you wake up on Saturday, we will be in autumn. We've just got 4 days left. And here's a look at your mowcast. If you do want to get the grass cut here, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, really no rain in sight as we are going to stay mainly dry. Our rain showers, or the chances for rain, don't pick up until we get into this weekend. But that future scan continues to move through. That ridge of high pressure will keep us high and dry for the next couple of days. Again, not tracking any rain, not until we get into this upcoming weekend. Here's an update on your holiday countdown. As I mentioned, 4 days out till autumn, but 42 days out until Halloween. So it's 6 weeks from tonight that those kids are going to be doing their trick-or-treating. 47 days until we fall back, and now Thanksgiving coming up in just 65 days from right now. So 7-day forecast, this will be the first weekend of autumn, and we've got some rain showers and storms to deal with. Probably going to be wet for that Ravens game on Sunday afternoon as the Colts will be in town. Those temperatures mainly in the mid to upper 70s for the weekend, but we've got a few more days left into the 80s as summer wraps up. Now let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got train 505 on the Penn line with an 8 to 10-minute delay, and Penn train 403 running 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. Light rail link off to an excellent start. No delays in either direction of that service. And Metro Subway on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Alabama officials are working on ways to cut back on the potential for voter fraud. How their state-based system uses help from state law enforcement to do so.
Were Hunter Biden's privacy rights violated when IRS agents testified publicly about his federal tax investigation? I'm Christine Frizzell with a new look at a lawsuit from the president's son that says they were.
Time now 4:51 as you take a live look over Pittsburgh. Big win for the Steelers there last night over the Browns. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning.
5:10. In just a few hours, President Joe Biden will be addressing the United Nations General Assembly.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what he's expected to say. Megan.
So, guys, we're taking you live to New York City. This is the center of the world stage here today, where President Biden is expected to promote democracy, meet with world leaders, and advocate for increased support for Ukraine. Leaders from at least 145 countries, guys, are slated to attend this big event, with a few notable exceptions. France, the United Kingdom, China, and Russia will not be there, meaning 4 of the 5 permanent members of the council will be absent. So what can leaders hope to accomplish? We are getting word a, quote, substantial section of President Biden's speech will be devoted to the war in Ukraine. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to attend today's talks in person for the very first time since the start of the war. We want to take you live now to the White House, where Zelensky is then set to meet with President Biden on Thursday. We know Washington's message of support for Ukraine has been complicated recently by the handful of lawmakers now actively opposing more funding. The White House is seeking $24 billion in additional aid to Ukraine, which it hoped would be passed alongside a continuing resolution to keep the government open while budget negotiations continue. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as the UN General Assembly gets underway today. We know the summit, by the way, wraps up next Tuesday. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. The search is on to find all who are responsible for exposing young children to opioids, ultimately killing one. Coming up, where the drugs were found inside the daycare.
The United Auto Workers entered day 5 of their strike. The talks that are underway and why some feel President Biden should stay out of them. 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .15 and trending now. United Auto Workers enter day 5 of being on strike, and we're already seeing major impacts.
They're demanding better pay and benefits from the 3 big Detroit automakers.
Stellantis executives are returning to the bargaining table after UAW's talks between General Motors and Ford made slow progress. President Joe Biden is sending 2 administration officials to Detroit to help with negotiations. But over the weekend, Democratic lawmakers took to the picket line saying the president does not belong at the bargaining table.
What we need is people to listen to the workers and understand any kind of support they need to help have a just transition for electric vehicles.
Every city, every state has dealers that will be affected by this. They'll start, depleting their inventory. They'll start laying their salesmen off.
Now, Ford has already laid off 600 assembly workers at its Michigan plant. GM says about 2,000 employees will be out of work at the company's Kansas location due to a shortage of critical materials. Estimates are that an all-out strike by all 3 automakers would cost the U.S. economy $5 billion in just 10 days.
Comedian Bill Maher says that he will not resume his HBO talk show after all amid the ongoing writer's strike. It comes after Maher announced last week that Real Time would be coming back, sparking backlash from members of the Writers Guild of America. In a post on social media, Maher said that the decision to resume was made when there was no end in sight to the strike. He now says that both sides have agreed to go back to the negotiating table and the show's return will be delayed for now. Now, this comes after a similar reversal from Drew Barrymore. She was initially planning to return to air yesterday without her 3 writers who are members of the union. This decision was met with pushback on social media and picketers outside her New York studio. Now, that led Barrymore to announce that she will not bring back her daytime talk show until the strike ends.
A black bear is spotted. You can see them carrying the bear out in the sheet right there at Magic Kingdom in a tree, and it's now back in a nearby national forest. It woke up after being put to sleep for a little while. Disney closed parts of its theme park in Magic Kingdom when the bear was spotted. Personnel from Florida Fish and Wildlife say it was likely just searching for food ahead of hibernation.
Yeah, okay, but that's the Magic Kingdom. All right, director and Baltimore native John Waters now has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Congratulations to him. 2 movies he wrote and directed are in the U.S. Library of Congress's National Film Registry. They include Hairspray and Pink Flamingos. Waters is also the author of 10 books. He has 2 music compilation albums to his name, and of course, right here, our Baltimore's own John Waters.
Taking you live to the Inner Harbor, Towson, and we even have a shot there on your left of Ocean City as we're tracking temperatures for the last few days of summer. Today we're starting to cool across the state, but we should see some sun and 70s by this afternoon.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here looking at how the temperatures will play out for these final few days.
Good morning, Baltimore.
Yes.
Great musical, great movie, of course. I loved living in Hamden because there's flamingos everywhere, and everybody, loves John Waters and all that stuff.
Icon for Baltimore.
Absolutely. When you look outside, guys, right underneath that banner there that says Towson camera, Venus rising in the east. Jupiter is also out there this morning. So, yeah, nice starlit start to your Tuesday morning. Our sun is not coming up for a while, not until we get to close to 7 o'clock. Remember, with that first day of autumn coming up on Saturday, that's when we have 12 hours of day and night, the autumnal equinox, hence the name. 60 your temp right now in Towson. A little westerly wind at about 10 to 15 miles an hour, so maybe adding to a bit of a chill out there, but just a light jacket is about all you will need. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, back to school here today. We're looking at numbers here into the next couple of hours, hanging out in the 50s for the morning time. 74 by noontime and upper 70s into the afternoon. Overall, a very nice afternoon once again today with those temperatures hanging out in the 70s. Good day to play some golf. Lower 60s by 9 a.m. We'll be in the mid 70s by noon. And any outdoor activities you have planned, mid to upper 70s and a little bit of a light breeze out there. Overall, you can see our temperatures. Typically this time of year, we're in the upper 70s. Most of us in the mid to upper 70s. So pretty close to average. A little cooler as you head farther to the north, up into Westminster and Cockeysville in the low to mid 70s. 75 for you in Columbia. Eastern Shore counties, you're mainly going to be in the mid 70s today with plenty of sunshine to go around, including for you in Bel Air, Aberdeen, and Perryman, up into Northeast and rising sun. And up and down the 95 corridor, low to mid and upper 70s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. We showed you Ocean City, 76 if you are heading down the ocean for today. If you are maybe flying down there today, pilots, great day to fly. Practice those IMC approaches because we've got visual flight rules, VFR, all day long. Now, here's a look at our temperature tracker. Where we typically are this time of year is that red line right there. So right about 79 is our average. We're going to slide above average for the next couple of days, the last few days of summer. But as we head toward the weekend, notice our temperatures take a little bit of a dip, especially with the rain that's on the way on Saturday. Those numbers are going to come back down before going back up early next week. So here's a look at our future scan. Staying nice and dry today and tomorrow. Big ridge of high pressure is going to be the central basic weather maker. If you're making anything, it's not much except for nice conditions out there. And then as we head into Thursday afternoon, we're still looking good as well. But on Friday, we're going to be tracking a potential subtropical system. You can see it right there on the bottom of your screen. That's going to be moving in Friday night into Saturday, and that's going to bring a pretty decent amount of rain and wind to the area by the time we head into the weekend. Shout out to Teresa D. That is Roxy the doggy, looking great. What a beautiful puppy. Thank you very much, Teresa, for sending that picture in. Love your pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. We'll get those pet pics on TV. So as I mentioned, beautiful conditions for the next 3 or 4 days. Friday gets a little more cloudy. That's when we're going to bring the rain showers and storms in for the first day of fall Saturday. Probably a little wet still for that Ravens game on Sunday. Now let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train 505 with a 5 to 10 minute delay, and Camden 841 presently running about 5 minutes late. Allowed time for travel in those instances. Light rail link right on time from end to end, and Metro Subway, if that's your ride, no delays or issues. Looking good in both directions. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
New developments in the spying allegations against Harford County Executive Bob Casserly. Just ahead, we'll look at the political infighting, the back and forth, and the new legal action being threatened.
Car thefts in Baltimore skyrocketing over the last year. Just how many people have had their car jacked? And the councilman now calling for a special hearing into the issue. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
.525 making your headlines this Tuesday morning. The hunt for a third suspect is on in New York. After a baby dies, 3 others are hospitalized due to opioid exposure at a daycare. Currently, there are 2 suspects, the center's owner and a renter. And they're both facing murder, manslaughter, and assault charges. It comes after police say they found a kilogram of fentanyl in a tape package near a mat where the children napped. Police say they were found other tools used for combining drugs in a closet.
What happened 3 days ago in the daycare center is truly unimaginable. It's a nightmare that these families will never wake up from. But believe me, the NYPD will never rest in our pursuit of anyone who puts our children in harm's way.
The daycare owner pleaded not guilty to charges Sunday. The renter was set to appear in court Monday. New York City Mayor Eric Adams calls fentanyl dangerous, saying there needs to be a national assault on the drug entering in the city.
Now taking you live to Chicago, where the son of Mexican cartel leader Joaquin El Chapo Guzman pleads not guilty to drug and money laundering charges. Yesterday marked Guzman Lopez's first court appearance since he was extradited from Mexico on Friday. As part of extradition negotiations, the U.S. agreed not to pursue the death penalty. Prosecutors note at least 2 of the counts he faces in Chicago carry a mandatory life sentence. Guzman Lopez is being held without bond pending a trial. He is due back in court in November.
The transportation troubles continue for Howard County schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have details on the changes the district is implementing and why parents are upset.
This morning, we are starting cool with temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how the temperatures will hold for your last few days of summer. 527, you're watching Fox 45 early.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at our forecast, and what a great day to come back, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Feeling good outside this morning, and will be very nice as we head into the afternoon as well. Almost a similar situation to what we saw yesterday. You can see a Venus that is rising out there, Jupiter as well. Nice clear skies this morning. Sun is still not coming up until close to 7 o'clock here. So overall, our temperatures, well, they're not bad. We're talking about a lot of 50s for you. In fact, 54 in Cockeysville right now, 59 in Bel Air and Chestertown, right at 60 in Baltimore City, and 61 for you in Annapolis. So we'll keep those numbers in the 50s over the next couple of hours. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Windows down for your morning drive as you head out to work and school. And yeah, the next 3 days, we'll see those upper 70s and lower 80s to wrap up the summer season. But we do have some decent rain that's going to be moving in and some storms for the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes.
It won't benefit the whole Howard County population.
I've heard my colleagues say today that they're disappointed, and I think that's the understatement of the century.
Frustration continuing in Howard County as school transportation concerns continue to be a top issue. The school system working on a solution and changing start and dismissal times by 10 minutes throughout their county. That's set to begin tomorrow.
Well, leading up to tomorrow's change, parents are fighting those changes. Olivia Dance joins us live as the superintendent says he's not shifting his stance on the issue. Olivia.
Patrice, parents, students, teachers, and now the school board are all voicing their concerns over the change in school times. With the change, some middle schools and then all high schools like Wild Lake behind me here will start 10 minutes early and then will also be dismissed from school 10 minutes early. Other schools like Tier 3 elementary schools will start and be dismissed 10 minutes later. At the start of this school year to improve student sleep schedule, later times in a 3-tiered system was implemented, but what followed was a bus service breakdown. So now by shifting some start times 10 minutes early and others a few minutes later, Superintendent Michael Martirano is estimating 96% of morning buses will arrive on time, but that stat dips to just 67% in the afternoon.
And that percentage is not great.
Can't get her there at 8 a.m. How are they going to get her there at 7:50 in the morning?
I received an outpouring of so much frustration from students, and I think it's totally understandable.
I'm concerned because I think the issue is bigger than just time.
As you just heard, the school board, students and parents are frustrated over the shift in school times. Many argue changing the times won't change the issues brought on by the district's new bus contractor, Zoom Transportation, a California-based company that's down dozens of drivers. But the superintendent says the changes will give bus drivers more time to complete their routes and is confident that these changes will drive results. The new times are expected to take effect tomorrow. And of course, you can find the full list of changes for each school on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Howard County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Tonight, a mother in Ellicott City is hosting a town hall focused on these bus issues we were just discussing. It's scheduled to begin at 6 at the Howard County Library. That's in Columbia. It's unknown if anyone from Howard County Public Schools will be attending this town hall.
5:33 and developing this morning, new details in the spying controversy surrounding County Executive Bob Castle.
Castle pushing back on the Harford County State's Attorney's claims that he's retaliating against her. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with more on this back and forth in Harford County. Shannon.
Yeah, this is yet another wrinkle, Tom and Patrice, in an ongoing saga, and it all stems back to those allegations that the county executive spied on a county councilman, the sheriff, and several others earlier this year. Well, you'll remember back in July, Harford County State's Attorney Allison Healy sent a criminal complaint on those allegations to the state prosecutor. Well, now she believes that Bob Castle is intentionally withholding information from her in order to retaliate for that.
Is refusing to provide access to this important information to which I am entitled in retaliation for my referral of a recent investigation into their conduct. These emails include invoices, contracts, personnel actions, and state and federal grant correspondence that simply cannot be ignored for any period of time.
So for more background here, Healy says a critical member of her staff is out on extended emergency leave, and information and communications is now trapped in that staff email account. The email account is held on Harford County servers, but she says when her office requested access to the account, County Executive Bob Cassily's administration said no. Cassily himself, though, showed up to yesterday's press conference to explain why, saying that he is not retaliating and claiming this very public political infighting has deeper ties to issues playing out in Harford County's Republican base.
No retribution, no retaliation. What's absurd is that she turns to me and says, hey, what I just have asked you to be indicted for, the same conduct, I want you to now do it because it would benefit me. I'm like, what are you kidding me? This is Keystone Cops? And that's why they're coming after me right now. This is political theatrics. This is a political hit job.
Well, meanwhile, Healy is now seeking emergency funding in order to establish an independent data server. She is also threatening legal action. She says she will take Bob Cassily to court and have a judge order that information be released. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Now turning to the city, as there is no sign of car thieves slowing down. Compared to this time last year, car thefts in Baltimore City have skyrocketed more than 200%. That's according to the latest statistics posted by the Baltimore Police Department.
When a percentage is that high, it cannot just be a statistic, it must be a call to action. It is also a reason that some residents have chosen to leave our city.
Councilman Zeke Cohen is citing those numbers as he is now calling for a hearing into the growing problem. Taylor Stewart is joining us live in studio with more on that hearing and the impact on city residents. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. We're talking about more than 7,700 people reporting carjackings so far this year. That measures out to about 29 a day. And only 3% of these have ended in arrest. That's according to police. That's exactly what Councilman Zeke Cohen pointed out last night at City Council. That hearing, he's now calling for a hearing into this problem. He also pointed out a carjacking in his own district that ended in a deadly shooting just last month. Since then, more than hundreds of cars have since been stolen. Fox 45 News has been pressing police, state, city leaders for answers for months now. We asked Councilman Cohen why no action was taken sooner.
I think that we're all working together to solve this crisis, and it is a huge issue, not just, again, in Baltimore, but in so many of these jurisdictions. And I think it takes an approach where everybody is at the table.
Keep in mind, Cohen is running for City Council president. Fox 45 News spoke with a political analyst who says this resolution might have to do more with politics than public safety.
And the name Mosby, when you think of crime, is associated with lenient crime policies. So to say that you're going to be a little bit tougher is a good, offset from what your opponent is. And I think that this is a smart move for him to take a stronger stand on an issue like this, because there's a lot of votes he needs to get out of the city in order to win the primary.
Especially because his only opponent right now is incumbent Nick Mosby. He says Mosby's wife, former city state attorney Marilyn Mosby, and her reputation could be playing a role here. We'll keep you updated on that upcoming hearing. If you have a stolen car story or know someone who does, just scan that QR code on your screen. Let us know what happened or send us an email. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
This morning, we are expecting new economic reports straight ahead from our live center, what it could tell us about the current housing market.
And we are cool this morning, but mostly sunny with temperatures in the 70s later today. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's tracking when storms could roll through again. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local.
541, we are expecting this week's big economic reports to give us a better look at the health of the housing market.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with these early predictions. Megan.
So here's what we know, guys. We know we're expecting new reports to drop. On new home construction and permits, they're dropping at 8:30 this morning. And permits really are used to predict whether demand is rising or falling for future construction. And we're talking about everything from single family homes, guys, to apartment buildings. If you're looking to buy, you know it's hard right now. And the outlook for builders is now in negative territory here this morning. New data shows home builder confidence is down to just 45 points this month, the first time we have been below 50 since April. Home builder confidence rose early in the year, helped by the lack of existing homes already on the market. But with mortgage rates now above 7%, some of those potential buyers are deciding to wait just a little longer. If there is a silver lining here, guys, for buyers still in the game, almost 60% of home builders are offering sales incentives right now, and almost a third have cut their prices this month, saving buyers around 6% or more than $20,000 on a $350,000 home. Again, today's reports drop at 8:30 this morning. We're going to give you all the details right here from our live center as it happens. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. The Michigan State University football coach facing possible termination after the break. What he has to do to prove his side of the story and keep his job.
And closer to home, we are tracking the Orioles' final push leading up to the playoffs after the break, where they stand this morning. And we're looking ahead to the Ravens game. 5:43, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Topping your Sports Unlimited news, Michigan State University football coach Mel Tucker is facing termination for alleged misconduct involving a rape victim. MSU's athletic director is giving Tucker 7 days to provide an explanation for why he should not be fired. The director says the decision does not impact the school's ongoing investigation into activist Brenda Tracy's allegations. She says Tucker sexually harassed her during a phone call last year. Now, if he is fired, the school does not have to pay him what's remaining on his 10-year, $95 million contract. Ravens are counting down to their next game right here at M&T Bank Stadium.
This Sunday, the Indianapolis Colts will be traveling to Baltimore for a 1 p.m. kickoff. Right now, the Ravens are 2-0. The Colts are 1-1, with their one win being over the Texans. Hopefully, the Ravens can make it 3-0 this Sunday. That is September 24th, and again, kickoff is at 1 p.m.
Well, speaking of Texas, this morning the O's staying on top with their win over the Astros. 9-8 win after Cedric Mullins clutched 3-run homer in the top of the ninth. He still smells like beer, probably, right? He and Rocco? Yeah. Taking you live to Houston and Camden Yards. The two teams preparing to go at it tonight again. First pitch, game 2 in this series is 8:10.
Well, when you marinate in the beer, yeah, you're right. He's probably still smelling that way. All right, we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, 2.5 game lead over the Rays.
Yeah.
So that was nice over the weekend to see that. And we're excited here, guys. I mean, Birdland, it's magical. The Ravens undefeated and in first place in the AFC North because the Steelers got the win last night. So everyone has one loss or two losses like the Bengals. All right, our Towson cam, good morning to you. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, overall looking pretty nice right now. We've got nice clear skies to start your Tuesday morning. 60 is your temp in Towson. Little westerly wind, about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Notice that dew point at 53 degrees, so that dry air in place. And you can see in our weather headlines, 60 is your temperature. We're going to be in the upper 70s here throughout the afternoon today, so mostly sunny skies. Temperatures pretty close to average for this time of year. As you rise and shine with us, grab that coffee and breakfast. Upper 50s here for the next few hours. Sun not up until 6:51, so about an hour from right now. Goes to bed at 7:09, so notice those sunrise and sunset times getting closer to 12 hours of day and night as we get closer to the autumnal equinox, which is coming up on Saturday, the first day of fall. 59 your temp by about 8 o'clock on your day planner. Still maybe a light jacket, but mid-70s for noontime. Great day for lunch outdoors, and we'll see those temperatures climb to the mid to upper 70s for a lot of us for your afternoon today. And we'll see plenty of sunshine too. We're going to keep those numbers in the lower 70s in Westminster and Eldersburg for Carroll County. Right about 72 in the Hereford zone, 75 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Same number for you there, Towson, Lutherville, and Timonium. And keeping those 70s going for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. A little warmer in Richmond at 81 in Southern Virginia this afternoon. 4 days away from the autumnal equinox, which is coming up early Saturday morning, 2:49 a.m. And on your mowcast, if you want to get that grass cut, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, really no rain in sight. Now, we're getting a pretty decent amount of rain coming into this upcoming weekend, but you can see this nice ridge of high pressure. That's going to be the main weather factor for the next couple of days, keeping us mainly high and dry. And again, keeping those temperatures that will be on the warmer side of things. Shout out to Teresa. That is Roxy the doggy right there. Our pet pics, and love getting your pet pics too. That is a good looking doggy with the blue skies and the clouds out there. Teresa, Roxy looking good. So thank you for that. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com is my email. 6 weeks from today is Halloween. How about that? In 42 days from right now. Then we fall back. Remember, the time change happens in 47 days, and now we're 53 days out from Veterans Day, which this year is on a Saturday, of course, observed on the Friday, November 10th. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Upper 70s and lower 80s. Notice on Friday we'll get a little bit more cloud cover. Saturday is going to be a wet day. Lots of showers, thunderstorms, possibly some breezy to windy conditions, and some of that rain is going to hang out into Sunday for the Ravens game at M&T Bank Stadium. So just know you got to bring that Ravens rain gear if you're heading out to the stadium. Let's go check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got train 511 with a 5-minute delay, along with Camden 843. So allow time for travel there in those instances. 874 and 872 trains running about 5 to 10 minutes late out there on the Brunswick line of BART. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, it's still keeping to the timetable in both directions. Metro Subway Link on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. It is time for football. We are kicking off the season, and you could win money every weekday from now until September 21st, the end of this week. Grab your phone to scan this QR code for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Touchdown Trivia contest. You get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of that $100 Visa gift card. And then one weekly national winner will win $5,000. Again, just scan the QR code to get the Touchdown Trivia question of the day. Good luck, and congrats to Annette Panto, who won yesterday's Touchdown Trivia. The United Auto Workers entered day 5 of their strike. The talks that are underway and why some feel President Biden should stay out of them.
Will surge pricing be the new normal across industries? I'm Atrell Nashar with how algorithms are putting customers and companies in a tricky spot.
And you're taking a live look over Cleveland, Ohio. They're all lit up there. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all
.54 on this Tuesday morning in your consumer news. A team from the White House is visiting Detroit to try and help resolve the major auto worker strike. Members of the United Auto Workers Union want higher pay, 32-hour work weeks, and better retirement pensions. General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis gave a new offer to the union last week, but it did not meet the UAW's targets.
New generation of workers aren't making a fair wage. They can barely make it. They deserve a living wage, and they need to be brought up to what we make.
Now, the strike started Friday after both sides could not come to a contract agreement. The White House team plans to visit those on the picket lines later this week.
With student loan payments resuming, Americans are set to lose billions of dollars. A recent Wall Street Journal report finds up to $100 billion could come out of consumers' wallets when those payments resume on October 1st. The payments were paused in March of 2020 during the pandemic, but now many borrowers will be paying an average of $200 to $300 a month.
Taking you live to London this morning, where the largest pub company, Stonegate, is under heat for rolling out what critics call a reverse happy hour, charging more for drinks during busy times. Surge pricing has been around for a long time for travel bookings and concert tickets, but it's catching on now in other industries. National correspondent Altra Al-Nassar reports.
Americans pinched by high inflation sometimes find themselves up against another headache: surge pricing. Getting hit with a premium price tag when booking a popular flight around the holidays or paying an arm and a leg for a sold-out concert ticket are things people have come to expect. But could surge pricing, also known as dynamic pricing, catch on in other industries? With the rise of AI and algorithms helping businesses analyze supply and demand in real time, could it also be used to determine prices in real time? Similar price modeling backfired for AMC. Earlier this year, the movie theater company said it would roll out a pricing system that adjusted ticket prices during peak times based on where viewers sit.
If you read every reaction to this news, not a single one has been positive.
AMC tested the initiative in 3 cities and in July announced it would be phased out, citing the need to keep up with its competitors that did not change their pricing. Dartmouth's Tuck School of Business professor Rob Shumsky says that's where market forces come into play.
Consumers will walk away. They will gravitate towards firms that have more predictable prices and more transparent prices.
Research by Capterra suggests it would be hard for dynamic pricing to catch on in the competitive restaurant industry. 42% of customers said it would push them to order out less often or not at all. Shumsky says it can benefit consumers during off-peak times.
If you're a customer who can more easily adjust the time you want a service, you might be getting lower prices because of dynamic pricing.
One company that's reaped the benefits of pricing algorithms in recent years is Levi's, which uses machine learning to detect trends and issue discounts strategically, boosting revenue.
As companies adopt automated surge pricing, they may run into trouble with a patchwork of state price gouging laws that prohibit excessive price increases during times of emergency. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nassar.
In Baltimore County, the number of juveniles stealing cars has skyrocketed. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll show you those shocking statistics.
And today kicks off this year's United Nations General Session. Straight ahead from our live center, the goals of this week-long meeting in New York.
Temperature's not too bad right now, and as we head toward the afternoon, more sun is on the way, but we'll talk about some changes for the weekend, all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 29th. It is not the 29th. It is the 19th. It's moving fast enough. I don't want to push it forward. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and yeah, Tuesday morning, coffee just doesn't hit the same as it does the rest of the week, right? It doesn't feel like it's, you look at it and you're going, is this decaf?
Why, my numbers are jumbled.
Oh, my goodness. All right, speaking of numbers and some jumbling, meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast.
All right, I like that toss. That was good. Yeah, okay, we'll get the coffee going. I know it's a Tuesday, but it's feeling very nice outside. Hopefully you slept with the windows open last night, maybe gave the AC a break for the last couple of days because it has been pretty pleasant. As we look outside over the Inner Harbor right now, mainly clear conditions and overall very nice temps. In fact, statewide, we're in the 40s in Oakland and Cumberland, 57 Hagerstown and Westminster, 58 in Bel Air, 61 Chestertown, and you're also at 61 as you wake up with us in Annapolis this hour. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. We're talking upper 50s and lower 60s, feeling pretty good. And we're going to top out about 78 today. So a nice afternoon. Temperatures close to average for this time of year. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Looking great, except for one incident, 95 southbound, just off the map right here above where it says lenstoller.com. There's 2 vehicles involved, and that is right before you get to 272 in the northeast. So southbound, there's some delays there, and it's because of that. The cameras aren't showing what is going on, but 2 vehicles are blocking 2 right lanes.
6 o'clock now this morning, we are continuing our coverage of the juvenile crime crisis that is plaguing the state.
The latest incident happening at Dunbar High School. 2 teenagers now in custody after shots were fired on school grounds yesterday afternoon. Police say the gunfire hit one of the windows of the cafeteria. Thankfully, no one was hurt. We know it happened after dismissal around 4 o'clock. It's the second shooting at Dunbar in just the past few weeks. Earlier this month, a 12-year-old was shot during a football game just off the campus. That shooting comes on the heels of a violent weekend involving teens in Baltimore. Of the 7 people who were shot since Friday, 5 are juveniles. Fox 45 News has been covering the juvenile crime problem for months now as parents, police, prosecutors across the state are calling for change.
Some of these youngsters are laughing at our officers, saying they know we can't do anything to them.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us with the potential divide between lawmakers and who they represent when it comes to juvenile crime. But we begin with Olivia Dance. She is live with the renewed urgency to address juvenile crime in Baltimore County. Olivia.
You know, Patrice, juvenile crime continues to be a major concern, and this morning the number of children stealing cars has skyrocketed. Police partially blame the current juvenile justice laws that prevent them from charging any thief under the age of 13.
They are choosing the kid under age 13 to be the driver. So we have 11-year-olds with no license, no training, driving these stolen cars at high speeds. Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them and you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not. They know they're underage and they know they can't get in trouble.
Now let's take a look at some of the statistics. In Baltimore County, car thefts are up 175% this year compared to the same time period last year. The number of adults arrested for stealing cars is up 15% from this time last year, and the number of juveniles arrested for stealing cars is up 508%. While state lawmakers have deemed car theft a minor crime, Baltimore County Police insist it has major implications. Police continue to voice their frustrations with having to send juveniles right back home, even if they are repeat thieves. County police have already distributed hundreds of stealing wheel locks to drivers, and they're now working with car dealerships to distribute even more. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 6:03. Nearly a dozen top prosecutors across the state of Maryland are calling for changes to the juvenile justice system.
Those prosecutors represent 4.5 million people, nearly 80% of Maryland's population.
If we don't do something to hold these young people accountable, they will continue to run and almost have lawlessness in our cities. And we can't have that.
Some of our laws that have been passed recently do make it a little more challenging for us to hold them accountable. And that's sort of playing a role in some of the issues we're seeing at the moment.
Now, it seems some state leaders are not on the same page. Last week, lawmakers held a hearing to address juvenile justice laws, but no concrete solutions were able to come out of it.
Now, to continue our team coverage, Shannon Lilly is joining us live with how the pressure continues to build to find answers to this crisis. Shannon.
Yeah, as you just heard there, Patrice and Tom, leaders from around Maryland continue to raise concerns about juvenile crime impacting more and more communities. And now the policy ideas of the leader of the Department of Juvenile Services are back under scrutiny. Secretary Vincent Schiraldi says that crime is actually down across the state, but that's not what many on the front lines are seeing and feeling firsthand. Take a listen.
The statements of the secretary about the falling numbers in terms of juvenile crime that's not what we've seen here in Montgomery County.
This legislation has put our children at risk, our communities at risk, and the entire state at risk of extreme chronic violence.
And the time is now. They're really looking at these issues.
Schiraldi, though, is described by Governor Westmore as a reformer who can tackle the juvenile crime issue and revamp the Department of Juvenile Services, which has been plagued with problems. And Schiraldi is reiterating his view that young kids don't belong in the criminal justice system for several crimes. And that view is consistent with his previous policy stances.
If you ask most of your viewers, how different were you, particularly the men, at the age of 17 versus the age of 19? Were you dramatically more ready to engage in adult responsibility and adult behaviors when you were a freshman or a sophomore in college than you were when you were a senior in high school? I think most people would say no.
Meanwhile, Governor Wes Moore has said he will look to lawmakers to make some changes with these juvenile laws when they return for session in January, but he has not said specifically what changes he wants to see. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson are two of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you want to talk with them about juvenile justice laws, we have their phone numbers and email addresses on the screen. To reach Speaker Jones, call 410-841-3800. For Senate President Ferguson, call 410-841-3600.
If you would like to connect with more of your elected leaders, our website makes it easy. Go to foxbaltimore.com, click on the menu at the top left portion of your screen, select lawmakers. From there, you can enter your home address to find the officials who represent you at the local, state, and federal levels.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust the state legislature to pass laws that protect your safety? So far, 92% of those who voted say no. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Another juvenile justice hearing scheduled for November. Fox 45 News will continue demanding accountability from lawmakers regarding juvenile crime. Our extensive reporting on the issue is available right now at foxbaltimore.com.
Tensions rising in Harford County. Why the county's top prosecutor is saying County Executive Bob Casserly is retaliating against her.
And school bus troubles continue in Howard County. Topping our next half hour, what the superintendent is doing to find a solution as residents and board members are voicing their concerns.
Still feeling that Orioles magic here in Birdland and that Orioles orange sunrise here this morning. Back with your full forecast. We will talk about some rain as we head into this upcoming weekend. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.610, and in just a few hours, President Joe Biden will be addressing the United Nations General Assembly.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what he is expected to say. Megan.
Here's what we know, guys. We're taking you live to New York City here this morning as the sun comes up. This is really the center of the world stage today, where President Biden is expected to promote democracy. He's going to meet with some world leaders and advocate for increased support for Ukraine. Leaders from at least 145 countries are slated to be there. They're going to be attending, with a few notable exceptions. France, the United Kingdom, China, and Russia will not be there, meaning 4 of the 5 permanent members of the council will be absent. So what can leaders hope to accomplish? Well, we're getting word a, quote, substantial section of President Biden's speech will be devoted to the war in Ukraine. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to attend today's talks in person for the first time since the start of the war. I want to take you live now to the White House, where Zelensky is then set to meet with President Biden on Thursday. We know Washington's message of support for Ukraine has really been complicated recently by the handful of lawmakers now actively opposing more funding. The White House is seeking $24 billion in additional aid to Ukraine, which it hoped would be passed alongside a continuing resolution to keep the government open while these budget negotiations continue. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as the UN General Assembly gets underway here today. The summit, by the way, wraps up next Tuesday. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. The trial for a Baltimore County man who led police on days-long manhunt could be delayed. Still ahead, the reason why his court date was pushed back.
Baltimore City Council is continuing to investigate the Brooklyn Day mass shooting response when their next hearing is taking place. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.614, turning now to a city in crisis, says there's no sign of car thieves slowing down.
Compared to this time last year, car thefts in Baltimore City have skyrocketed over 200%. That is according to the latest statistics posted by the Baltimore Police Department.
When a percentage is that high, it cannot just be a statistic, it must be a call to action. It is also a reason that some residents have chosen to leave our city.
Councilman Zeke Cohen, you just heard there, citing the numbers as he's now calling for a hearing into the growing problem.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live now in studio with more on that hearing and the impact on city residents. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. Let's look at these statistics. This year, over 7,700 people have had their cars stolen. That measures out to about 29 car thefts each day in Baltimore. Only 3% of these cases have ended in arrest. Councilman Zeke Cohen is now asking for a city council hearing to address this problem. He pointed out a carjacking in his own district that ended in a deadly shooting just last month. Since then, hundreds more cars have been stolen. Fox 45 News has been pressing police, state leaders, city leaders for answers for months now. We asked Councilman Cohen why no action was taken sooner.
I think that we're all working together to solve this crisis, and it is a huge issue, not just, again, in Baltimore, but in so many of these jurisdictions. And I think it takes an approach where everybody is at the table.
Keep in mind, Cohen is running for city council president. Fox 45 News spoke with political analyst John Deedy, who says this resolution might have to do more with politics than public safety.
And the name Mosby, when you think of crime, is associated with lenient crime policies. So to say that you're going to be a little bit tougher is a good, offset from what your opponent is. And I think that this is a smart move for him to take a stronger stand on an issue like this, because there's a lot of votes he needs to get out of the city in order to win the primary.
Deedy making that point because his only opponent right now is incumbent Nick Mosby. He says Mosby's wife, former city state attorney Marilyn Mosby, and her reputation could be playing a role here. Now, we'll keep you updated on that upcoming hearing, but if you have a stolen car story or know someone who does, look at that QR code on your screen, scan it, send us an email, let us know what happened at foxbaltimore.com. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Trending this morning, the Powerball now worth $672 million with a cash value of about $320 million.
It's the 10th largest in the game's history. Take a look at your screen. The winning numbers were 2, 21, 26, 40, 42. The Powerball is 9. There have been 26 draws with no grand prize winner. The next drawing will be tomorrow night. You got to get a ticket.
I guess so, yeah. $2 or $3 chance there, right? I mean, because you can do it. Wait a minute. You always have luck with your Powerballs. You've won money.
I have not always, but the one I did buy in Annapolis, I won like $60, and I was very excited about that.
See that?
But I gave it all back. Because you're not supposed to. You're supposed to walk away a winner, and I gave it all back thinking, it's just
put
house
30
money.
For you, and then 30 goes back to the house, right?
That's exactly what I did, and then that 30 lost, and then the other 30 I put in there, and you know how it goes. So anyway, good morning, everybody. Hey, happy Tuesday to all of you. Hopefully you're enjoying your morning, getting you up and going. The last couple of days of summer are here as autumn begins early Saturday morning. Our weather headlines right now, we're starting off mainly clear, and our temperatures are looking pretty good. A lot of us are hanging out in the 50s. You can always see those temperatures right there on the right side of your screen. Officially 60 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. So a cool Tuesday morning. Mostly sunny skies this afternoon and temperatures in the upper 70s that are pretty close to average where we typically are this time of year. So as you rise and shine with us next couple of hours, upper 50s and lower 60s, enjoying some coffee and breakfast with us. That sun coming up at 6:51 this morning and goes to bed tonight at 7:09. And I only highlight those times because we're getting closer to 12 hours of day and night. I definitely noticed it last night when we were heading upstairs. I was like, man, it's dark already. So we're getting closer to autumn. All right, here's our day planner. We're looking at numbers in the 10 o'clock hour in the mid-60s if you're hanging out there at Cross Street Market in Fed Hill, and numbers in the 2 and 3 o'clock hour, mid to upper 70s. Great day for doing stuff outdoors. Even in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour for Taco Tuesday, we're looking at numbers staying in those mid to upper 70s as well. So checking your highs today across Carroll and Baltimore counties, some low to mid 70s for Westminster and Eldersburg. Over to the Hereford zone at 72, 75 Cockeysville, Hunt Valley, Perry Hall and White Marsh in the mid 70s for you today. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're also going to see those mid to upper 70s with plenty of sunshine. Glen Burnie and Pasadena down through Severna Park looking pretty good at this time. We are 4 days out from autumn, as I mentioned, so that's early Saturday morning for the autumnal equinox. And looking at the next 6 to 10 days, if you like warmer numbers, overall, we are trending warmer by the time we get into the middle of next week, which will be the first week of fall. But that orange right there, not for the leaves changing, but actually for the potential for above average temperatures. That's what we're looking like. If you do want to get the car cleaned up, your car wash cast is good to go. 3 greens across the board. Clean them up there. No rain in sight. Not until we get to the weekend. Now, our future scan is staying dry today and tomorrow with this large ridge of high pressure. It's not until late Friday and Saturday. That's when our next weather maker comes in and could bring us a pretty decent amount of rain. Shout out to Amy Jewell. Now, Winston knows how to party. Winston is the grilling dog. I don't know if he wants to grill his little ball or his toy right there, but either way, Winston ready for the grill. And hopefully you will be as well. A great evening to get out there and get some grilling on. Thanks, Amy. Always love those pet pics. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. Would love to put your pets on TV. That's how we roll. All right, there's my PSL right there on Saturday for autumn, which is, of course, Saturday morning. And then Sunday for the Ravens game may still be a little bit wet with some of the leftover rain. But either way, we're getting a good amount of rain most of Saturday with temperatures that will be back down to the mid to upper 70s. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. We got an accident 95 southbound. You can see 2 vehicles involved. The camera's not showing much of that accident. This is up in northeast. Then, if you want to go across the water here, Queen Anne's County, Maryland 213 at 544, there's an incident. Not much information there, but it is causing a delay if you're heading eastbound on 213 right at 544, right at that intersection. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 511 and Camden 845, both operating with 5-minute delays, and then Camden Train or Penn Train 407 with an 8 to 10-minute delay. A lot of time for travel in those instances. Out there on light rail, you'll find on-time service in both directions, and Metro Subway Link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
A new report coming out this morning could give us a better look at the housing market. Still ahead from the Live Center, what you can expect if you're looking to buy a new home.
New developments in the spying allegations against County Executive Bob Casserly. Just ahead, we'll take a look at the back and forth, the political infighting, and the new legal action now being threatened. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:25, and here's some stories making headlines all around the state.
There could be a possible delay in the trial for the Baltimore County man who led police on a days-long manhunt back in February. Lawyers for David Linthicum say the prosecution has been slow to provide them with key evidence. Linthicum is charged with armed carjacking and is accused of shooting 2 officers. The next hearing is set for next month. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates has released the updated Do Not Call list. The list, which is on the state's attorney's website, includes the names of officers who have engaged in conduct that renders their potential testimony in court unreliable or non-credible.
A group of Baltimore residents go to City Hall to protest the proposed bike lanes along Gwynns Falls Parkway. They say the roads are just too narrow for the addition and accuse elected leaders of not listening to their concerns. The next city council hearing on the Brooklyn Day mass shooting set for September 27th. That morning at 10 o'clock, council members are looking into how Baltimore Police, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, and the Housing Authority responded to the shooting. Last week's hearing ended early after emotional testimony from one of the victim's mothers, who says the police should have been there to protect her daughter.
This did not have to happen. This didn't have to happen if there were 1 or 2 or 3 patrol cars out there. I'm sorry, guys. As I said, this is my life.
The Brooklyn Day shootings response expected to be a topic of discussion during Acting Commissioner Worley's confirmation hearing. That's happening Thursday night at 5.
You can read more on these stories right now at foxbaltimore.com and in the WBFF mobile app. Search WBFF in your app store for a free download. Temperatures are starting in the 50s and 60s this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know how the last days of summer are shaping up.
The transportation troubles continue for Howard County schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have details on the changes the district is making and why parents are upset. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We're going to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast.
Yeah, just did my little assessment walking around the building outside. You might need a little light jacket before you step out if you haven't done so yet. And maybe for the kids, especially at the bus stop, maybe make sure they're bundled up and good to go, because we are seeing temperatures in the 50s and 60s. But with that light breeze, you're getting a little bit of that fall chill in the air right now. Looking out over York Road from our Towson camera at this time, everything all good. 57 in Owings Mills, mid-50s in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 58 in Bel Air. We're at 61 Essex and Middle River, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, right about 59 in Elk Ridge. So we're going to keep those temps in the upper 50s for the next couple of hours. Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. Definitely windows down on your way to work and school. And the next 3 days, as we inch closer to autumn, looking at upper 70s today. We'll have a few more days in the 80s into Wednesday and Thursday, tracking some more rain that could be heavy at times into this upcoming weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
I am disappointed in this. I'm mad. I'm agitated. I'm frustrated.
You hear it right there. Frustration continues in Howard County as school transportation concerns continue to be an issue.
The Howard County school system is working on a solution by changing start and dismissal times, and they're set to begin tomorrow morning. Many parents are unhappy with the change.
Olivia Dance joins us live as the superintendent says he's not shifting his stance on the issue. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom and Patrice, parents, students, teachers, and now the school board are all voicing their concerns over the change in school times. With the change, some middle schools and then all high schools, like Wild Lake behind me here, will start 10 minutes early and then will also be dismissed from school 10 minutes early. Other schools, like Tier 3 elementary schools, will start and be dismissed 10 minutes later. At the start of this school year, to improve students' sleep schedule, later start times, and a 3-tiered system was implemented, but what followed was a bus service breakdown. So now by shifting some start times 10 minutes earlier and others a few minutes later, Superintendent Michael Martirano is estimating 96% of morning buses will arrive on time, but that stat dips to just 67% in the afternoon.
And that percentage is not great.
Can't get her there at 8 a.m. How are they going to get her there at 7:50 in the morning?
I received an outpouring of so much frustration from students, and I think it's totally understandable.
I'm concerned because I think the issue is bigger than just time.
As you just heard, the school board, students, and parents are frustrated over the shift in school times. Many argue that changing the times won't change the issues brought on by the district's new bus contractor, Zoom Transportation, a California-based company that's down dozens of drivers. But the superintendent says the changes will give bus drivers more time to complete their routes and is confident the changes will drive results. Now, the new times are expected to take effect tomorrow. And of course, you can find the full list of changes for each school on our website, foxbaltimore.com. For now, reporting live in Howard County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Tonight, a mother in Ellicott City is hosting a town hall focused on the bus issues. It is scheduled to begin at 6 p.m. at the Howard County Library in Columbia. It's unknown if anyone from Howard County Public Schools will actually attend the town hall.
6:33, and developing this morning new details in the spying controversy surrounding County Executive Bob Castle. Castle pushing back on the Harford County State's attorneys, claiming that he's retaliating against her. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with more on this back and forth. Shannon?
Yeah, this is yet another wrinkle, Tom, in an ongoing saga, and it all stems back to those allegations that the Harford County executive, Bob Castle, spied on a county councilman, the sheriff, and several others earlier this year. Well, you'll remember back in July, Harford County State's Attorney Allison Healy sent that criminal complaint on those allegations to the state prosecutor, and now she is claiming that Castle is withholding important information from her in order to retaliate for that.
Is refusing to provide access to this important information to which I am entitled in retaliation for my referral of a recent investigation into their conduct. These emails include invoices, contracts, personnel actions, and state and federal grant correspondence that simply cannot be ignored for any period of time.
So for more background on those emails she mentioned there, Healy says a critical member of her staff is out on extended emergency leave, and information and communications is now trapped in that staff email account. Well, the email account is held on Harford County servers, but she says when her office requested access to the account, County Executive Bob Casselly's administration said no. Well, Casselly himself, though, showed up to yesterday's press conference to explain why, saying he is not retaliating, and he claims this very public political infighting has deeper ties to issues playing out in Harford County's Republican base.
No retribution, no retaliation. What's absurd is that she turns to me and says, hey, what I just have asked you to be indicted for, the same conduct, I want you to now do it because it would benefit me. I'm like, what are you kidding me? This is Keystone Cops? And that's why they're coming after me right now. This is political theatrics. This is a political hit job.
So a lot of back and forth you just heard there. Meanwhile, Healy is now seeking emergency funding to establish an independent data server. She is also threatening legal action. She says she will take Casselly to court so that a judge can order that information be released. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
We have a system that's just running rogue, and it starts at the top.
The latest round of state test results is raising an alarm in Baltimore City. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, Project Baltimore breaks down the testing data and what it all means.
This legislation has put our children at risk, our communities at risk, and the entire state at risk of extreme chronic violence.
State leaders don't appear to be on the same page when it comes to juvenile crime. Topping our next half hour, why the Department of Juvenile Services policies are under scrutiny.
And we are staying dry this week, but some big changes are on the way for your weekend plans. 6:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
When the Texas summer rain is less than plentiful, it's time for puddle jumping when showers fall. Here's Lake Tahoe from the top of Echo Summit in California's Sierra Nevada. Fair weather cumulus clouds sit over the lake and made for a spectacular view. And the weekend yielded this gorgeous sunset at Common Fence Point in Rhode Island after Storm Lee blew away.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
6:40 is your time. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Hump Day Eve, almost the middle of the week. Our final hump day of summer, too. Looking out over our downtown Baltimore camera, stadium's looking good. Right down the 395 toward the Patapsco, and boaters and watermen, ahoy! On your captain's cast, if you are getting out on the water, hey, there is a small craft advisory through 11 o'clock this morning. So that northwesterly breeze, about 10 to 15 knots, waves 1 to 2 feet. Just be aware of that. Should die down as we get later into the day, with temperatures very nice if you're going to be out there on the water, mid to upper 70s for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now.
6:40, we are expecting this week's big economic reports to give us a better look at the health of the housing market.
We're going to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center with the early predictions. Megan?
Guys, we're expecting new reports to drop on new home construction and permits happening at 8:30 here this morning. And those permits are really used to predict whether demand is rising or falling for the future construction. And we're talking everything from single family homes to apartment buildings. Excuse me, in this report. If you are looking to buy, you know it's hard right now. And the outlook for builders is now in negative territory here this morning. New data shows home builder confidence is down to just 45 points this month. That is the first time that we have been below 50 since April. Home builder confidence rose early in the year, and that was helped by the lack of existing homes that were already on the market. But with mortgage rates now above 7%, potential buyers are deciding to wait just a little longer. If there is a silver lining for buyers that are still in the game, almost 60% of home builders are offering some sales incentives right now, and almost a third have cut their prices this month, saving buyers around 6% or more than $20,000 on a $350,000 home. Again, today's reports drop at 8:30 this morning. We're going to keep you posted with all those details right here from the Live Center as it happens. Patrice?
There are new efforts to avoid a government shutdown still ahead. The bill introduced and what it could mean for you.
Baltimore County Police are addressing juvenile crime. What they said in front of the county council. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. In your morning rush to Howard County, a 17-year-old is now behind bars after being arrested for bringing a gun to school.
That student attends Oakland Mills High. Police say a parent alerted the school that the suspect threatened their son. The 17-year-old was detained when they arrived, and police say they found the gun on him.
Fox 45 News has been covering the juvenile crime problem for months now as parents, police, and prosecutors all across the state are calling for change. Olivia Danch joining us live this morning with continued urgency to address juvenile crime. And Olivia, what crimes are police seeing, though, involving juveniles?
Yeah, well, Tom, the number of children stealing car has skyrocketed, and police partially blame the current juvenile justice laws that prevent them from charging any thief under the age of 13. Let me go ahead and read you some of these shocking statistics. So in Baltimore County, car thefts are up 175% this year compared to the same time period last year. The number of adults arrested for stealing cars is up 15% from this time last year. And finally, the number of juveniles arrested for stealing cars is up 508%. Now, the county police have already distributed hundreds of steering wheel locks to drivers, and they're currently working with car dealerships to distribute even more. Coming up in just about 15 minutes here, the concerns and frustrations directly from Baltimore County Police. Back to you.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Now, 1 week after lawmakers met for a hearing to discuss a controversial juvenile justice law, still no concrete solutions. Shannon Lilly is joining us live to break down the frustration that is now building. Shannon.
Yeah, and it's something, Patrice, that we have been talking about for months. Many leaders in law enforcement and state's attorneys across Maryland have come forward and said certain juvenile laws in our state make it more difficult for them to hold young people accountable and in some cases create more risk for communities and children across the state. But we are also hearing from the leader of the Department of Juvenile Services who has a different stance, and he is sticking by his policy ideas. In fact, Secretary Vincent Schiraldi says that juvenile crime is actually down across the state, and he doesn't believe that young children should be in the juvenile justice system for certain crimes. So we're going to hear his stance coming up in the next 15 minutes, plus the concern from many leaders across the state. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:47 on this Tuesday morning, and yeah, it's a little crisp when you walk outside.
A little bit. I've had on a jacket, just a little light, a sweatsuit jacket in the past couple of days. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. You're shaking your head, yes?
Yeah, I definitely think so. As we have a little bit of a light breeze out there, we are seeing. What's that?
No, Justin. Just
well,
the
I'm
voice
here.
of Justin.
You can hear me, right? You just can't see me. But yeah, we saw Olivia with her jacket on. Maybe you got to get the jacket on for the kids as you get out to the bus stop. But overall, yeah, getting closer to fall. So very nice morning. We're still officially in summertime as we look down our Towson camera right now. Right down York Road here. Not much to see in terms of our weather, but that westerly wind about 5 to 10 to even 15 miles an hour. That's what's making it feel just a little bit cooler. 60 is your official temperature right now. Definitely dry air in place. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, talking about temperatures here this morning that will stay mainly in the mid to upper 50s. As I mentioned, maybe just a light jacket for the morning time. No need for anything for the recess hour. We're talking about mid 70s through noon and into the upper 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Hank the Bird back with us this morning. Yeah, you know, I was excited because coming into town on Sunday night, it was, I think, after the O's clinched the playoff spot, the Charm City tanks were all lit up in orange. And I was like, I think that something's going on around here. So 61 by 9 a.m., mid 70s into the noon hour, into the mid to upper 70s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. And really across the board, another nice day with temperatures in the 70s. Some of us below average for this time of year. We're typically right about 79 for September 19th, and most of us will be in those mid to upper 70s. If you are heading down the ocean, maybe you still got a few beach days left in you. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, gorgeous conditions. We're talking about mid 70s. Now, things definitely changed for the weekend as we're tracking a coastal low that is going to be impacting not only the eastern shore, but us here, right here at home with that rain that's on the way. But really no rain inside here Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday on your mowcast. If you want to get the grass cut, or maybe you're doing some last minute are getting the yards ready for fall with the mums and all that stuff that's going on out there. Overall, dry conditions. So you can see that here in our future scan. That big H basically in control for the next couple of days. That's a ridge of high pressure, so that keeps us dry and also keeps all of the clouds away from us. You'll see a few clouds kind of working in here and there through the later part of the week, but we're not really tracking actual rain, not until we get into late Friday and Saturday. You can kind of see it at the bottom of your screen late Friday night. This is going to be tracking right up the East Coast and bringing some pretty decent rain, possibly some gusty wind, even some thunderstorms as well. I've already seen Halloween decorations up in the neighborhood. I don't know if it's too early. I mean, we're 42 days out, so we're now getting closer to autumn, which is just 4 days away. But on your Halloween countdown, 6 weeks from today is Halloween. Got to start getting candy for all those kids we had in the neighborhood last year. All right, there's your PSL right there on Saturday for autumn. We are going to see showers, storms, the windy conditions, probably some leftover rain for the Ravens game on Sunday. So just prepare for that. Know it's going to be a little bit wet there at M&T Bank Stadium. But overall, our temperatures will come back down to the 70s for this upcoming weekend.
6:50 trending this morning. If you are looking to get a head start on Christmas shopping, mark your calendar for Amazon's second Prime Day sale of the year.
Not even out of summer yet. All right, Amazon Prime Big Deal Days officially start October 10th and 11th. The company is promising deep discounts on brands like Dyson, Sony, Peloton. Right now, Prime members can also sign up for invite-only deals on certain products expected to sell out.
Apple has released its latest operating system just in time for the launch of the iPhone 15 this Friday. iOS 17 offers a wide range of new features, including new safety features, AirTag sharing, improved autocorrect, voice transcription, and live voicemail. New operating systems were also released for the iPad, Apple Watch, and Apple TV.
Blink-182 announces in a video trailer their new album titled One More Time drops October 20th. It's their first album with Tom DeLonge in 12 years. Singer and guitarist left the band and was replaced by Matt Skiba. And now DeLonge's back to reform the classic lineup with the other two players in it, Mark Hoppus and Travis Barker. The band explains that Hoppus' bout with lymphoma inspired DeLonge to rejoin them. There will be 17 tracks on this new album.
Towson University has a new head football coach. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour. He's going to join us live to talk about his first win as head coach and his plans for the team.
Oh, we're about to get into a pickle on purpose. Dive into pickle madness. That's right. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark will be joining us live from Power Plant Live with the unique foods you can try at the Big Dill World's largest pickle party.
We've done a lot with pickles, pickled
have.
chips, pickled cheesecake, as long as you don't mess with my coffee.
Right. I mean, as long as it's not a PSL. Pickle salted latte?
No, or a pickle creamer. I think somebody said that.
Pickle creamer?
No, let's just have a normal
new
coffee
PSL?
break.
What? I want to bring you some breaking news right now. You were looking right here as the reporter's moving and the camera operator moving around to get a closer look at this. But these are 5 U.S. citizens that have been prisoners in Iran during that deal, that massive swap that's causing some controversy. But here they are coming back on American soil. Live shot of them after being detained, some of them for more than a decade, others for years in Iranian prisons. It's incredible there, being able to see them hug their loved ones there. We're going to have more details on this here in just a little bit. The exact location still not being released, but we'll find out exactly what is going on here, and will there be a news conference to discuss the release here of that prisoner swap with Iran and the U.S.
Well, making headlines this morning, authorities in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania are now looking into what caused a house to explode, leaving one person dead. The coroner's office confirms that one person was killed yesterday morning. Multiple crews responded to the scene.
You can see the structure appears to just be completely leveled. Debris thrown across the street and onto those neighboring homes. Remains of the home is just smoldering. Officials have sectioned off that area. In Montgomery County, one person is in custody this morning after setting approximately 6 intentional fires in Gaithersburg overnight Sunday. That's according to the county's Fire and Rescue Service spokesperson.
Now, luckily, no one was injured, but significant damages were reported.
Megan Clark with our Sinclair sister station out of D.C. in Gaithersburg with a look at the urgent response and the toll this is taking on that community.
Take a look. The damage spread across the front of this strip mall. 3 stores here damaged. You can see crews working to board up windows and doors right now. But this Latin market here to my right had the worst of the damages, with possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage.
A huge cleanup job Sunday, hours after this. Cell phone video and photos showing more than 100 firefighters racing to put out at least 6 early morning fires across Gaithersburg, which firefighters believe to be set on purpose.
I've got a 2-story strip mall. The Delta side, I've got a stairwell going up, and that is where the bulk of the fire is located, as well as smoke pumping from the eaves all around the structure.
Crews racing to this strip mall off Frederick Avenue. Dispatch recordings capturing the moments after a person of interest was found.
We recovered at least 20 lighters off this guy's person.
Good moments, there's bad moments too, but then tragedy.
The family who owns this Latin market didn't want to go on camera, but say the extent of the damage leaves them speechless.
No tenemos palabras.
Not even an hour later, crews rushed to this building on Russell. Flames shooting out of the top of the stairway, a car charred.
Commander Montgomery, I'm going to need a second alarm, so you're going to have to find some more units.
All the windows have been blown out.
We found Mary Koval and her husband taking it all in. They've owned the building more than 30 years.
I think the worst of it was when we saw people showing up to go to work, and there was going to be no work for quite a while.
So far, there's no motive as these small business owners now shovel up the pieces. Their message to whoever did this is clear.
Que Dios lo bendiga. Sí. She just said to God bless him. And maybe one day he'll regret what he did, and his conscience, maybe.
My heart goes out to him as well. Who knows what possible motivation.
And the department urges anyone else who thinks they may have been a target to please contact their arson tip line. Reporting in Gaithersburg, Megan Clark.
I'm mad because I feel like we're not getting nowhere.
Youth car thefts, they're up in Baltimore County. The frustration now from police as they are catching repeated thieves, even some as young as 4th and 5th graders, and then they send them right back home.
Despite the uptick in juvenile crime statewide, there are no concrete solutions on how to tackle the problem, the growing rift between leaders and those demanding change.
And as we stroll a little bit closer to the first day of autumn, we're talking about temperatures that are not too bad as you step outside, breaking down what we can expect today and the week ahead. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 19th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers. He's excited to tell you about this forecast.
Yeah, it feels good outside right now, guys. We're talking about dry air in place, a little bit of a light breeze, maybe a light jacket as you're out early this morning. Sun is now up and shining brightly out there on Charm City, and overall, not a bad start to your day. Let's check some of those temperatures. 57 in Owings Mills and Cockeysville, 58 in Bel Air, some lower 60s for Woodlawn, right about 57 Ellicott City, and we're almost at 60 in Brooklyn Park this hour. So on your weather story, cool Tuesday morning, mostly sunny skies this afternoon, temperature staying near average, so pretty close to where we typically are this time of year. Upper 50s for the next few hours on your morning drive, and Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Hopefully you had the windows down at the house and windows down on the drive to work or school as well. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Not bad around the Baltimore region specifically, but there are 2 accidents in Queen Anne's County and 1 in Frederick County, right outside of Frederick. If you're heading down 270, there's some issues there. But if you're looking around the Beltway here, you've got great shots. Look at that on Broning Highway to the right near the Francis Scott Key Bridge here. Beautiful shots here this morning. We are continuing our coverage of the juvenile crime crisis this morning that's plaguing our state.
The latest incident happening at Dunbar High School. 2 teenagers are now in custody after shots were fired at the school yesterday afternoon. Police say the gunfire hit a window in the cafeteria. No one was hurt. We know what happened after dismissal right around 4 p.m. It is the second shooting at Dunbar in the past few weeks. Earlier this month, a 12-year-old was shot at a football game.
That shooting comes on the heels of a violent weekend involving teens in Baltimore. Of the 7 people shot since Friday, 5 are juveniles. Now, Fox 45 News has been covering the juvenile crime problem for months as parents, police, even prosecutors across the state are calling for change.
Now, this morning we have live team coverage as calls for change continue to grow statewide.
In a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with the potential divide between lawmakers and who they represent when it comes to juvenile crime.
But we begin with Olivia Dance. She is live with the renewed urgency to address juvenile crime in Baltimore County. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, juvenile crime continues to be a major concern, and this morning the number of children stealing cars has skyrocketed. Police partially blame the current juvenile justice laws that prevent them from charging any thief under the age of 13.
They are choosing the kid under age 13 to be the driver. So we have 11-year-olds with no license, no training, driving these stolen cars at high speeds. Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them and you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not. They know they're underage, and they know they can't get in trouble.
In Baltimore County, car thefts are up 175% this year compared to the same time period last year. The number of adults arrested for stealing cars is up 15% from this time last year. And finally, the number of juveniles arrested for stealing cars is up 508%. And while state lawmakers have deemed car theft a minor crime, Baltimore County police insist it has major implications. Police continue to voice their frustrations with having to send juveniles right back home, even if they are repeat thieves. And county police have already distributed hundreds of steering wheel locks to drivers, and they're now currently working with car dealerships to distribute even more. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Nearly a dozen top prosecutors across Maryland are calling for changes to the juvenile justice system. Those prosecutors represent 4.5 million people, nearly 80% of Maryland's population.
If we don't do something to hold these young people accountable, they will continue to run and almost have lawlessness in our cities. And we can't have that.
Some of our laws that have been passed recently do make it a little more challenging for us to hold them accountable. And that's sort of playing a role in some of the issues we're seeing at the moment.
To our young people, you are not outsmarting the police. You are not outmaneuvering prosecutors. You will not scare your peers into silence.
It seems some state leaders are not on the same page. Last week, lawmakers held a hearing to address juvenile justice laws, but no concrete solutions were able to come out of it. Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage this morning. She joins us with how the pressure continues to build to find answers on this ongoing juvenile crime crisis. Shannon.
Yeah, leaders around Maryland, Tom, continue to raise concerns that juvenile crime is impacting more and more communities. And now the policy ideas held by the leader of the Department of Juvenile Services are back under scrutiny. Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, though, is saying that juvenile crime is down across the state, but that's not what's being seen or experienced by many on the front lines. Take a listen.
The statements of the secretary about the falling numbers in terms of juvenile crime that's not what we've seen here in Montgomery County.
This legislation has put our children at risk, our communities at risk, and the entire state at risk of extreme chronic violence.
The time is now. They're really looking at these issues.
Schiraldi, though, is described by Governor Wes Moore as a reformer who can tackle the juvenile crime issue and revamp the Department of Juvenile Services, which has long been plagued with problems. Well, Schiraldi is reiterating his view that young kids don't belong in the criminal justice system for several crimes, and that view is consistent with his previous policy stances.
If you ask most of your viewers, how different were you, particularly the men, at the age of 17 versus the age of 19? Were you dramatically more ready to engage in adult responsibility and adult behaviors when you were a freshman or a sophomore in college than you were when you were a senior in high school? I think most people would say no.
Well, meanwhile, Governor Wes Moore has said he will look to lawmakers to make some changes to these juvenile laws when session returns in January, but he hasn't specifically said what changes he wants to see. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, as Shannon just mentioned, Schiraldi says that juvenile crime is down across the state, but others are questioning his numbers. Fox 45 News spoke to sheriffs across Maryland who say they're seeing the impact of juvenile crime every day.
What's the data? Where are they pulling the numbers from to see this? Because in our communities, and this is not just mine, but across the state, we're seeing the communities are pretty upset about the rise in juvenile issues.
You know, I've been out on patrol many a times, and I've gotten the same reaction from juveniles over and over again, which is, well, I'm a juvenile, you can't do anything.
Well, following last week's juvenile justice hearing, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressing House Speaker Adrian Jones on how the General Assembly is going to move forward.
Do you believe that kids using guns in crimes is a problem that the House will address in January?
The Judiciary Committee will deal.
As Speaker, though, do you think that it's something that will be a priority?
The Judiciary Committee and all our committees, all their priorities.
Is it a priority for you? As a lawmaker here in Baltimore County, we saw kids using guns in Lansdowne. We've had issues with DJS.
Yes, obviously, yes. But I gotta go.
When will we see legislation to address that?
Well, we don't do session until January.
Should that change?
Excuse me?
Should that change?
Should what change?
Should there be a special session to address the juvenile crime crisis right now?
This is something I will be discussing with my chairs. I don't want to be in the media and saying, oh, Speaker didn't talk to us. We're going to be having meetings, so when that happens, you'll know.
Well, Fox 45 News also questioned House Speaker Jones in Towson this weekend. She says while new legislation is under consideration, she doesn't feel that there's a need to act now.
I'll be dealing with that when I talk with my judiciary chairman and also, all the other chairmen in terms of what we're going to be dealing with for the 24 session. We got plenty of time for that. There's no rush for that. I'd rather get it right and then just trying to estimate and tell you something. But no, I believe in doing things in decency and in order, and I'm going to stand with that.
House Speaker Jones and Senate President Ferguson are two of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you want to speak with them about juvenile justice laws, we have their phone numbers and email addresses on the screen. To reach Speaker Jones, you can call 410-841-3800. For Senate President Ferguson, 410-841-3600.
If you'd like to connect with more of your elected leaders, our website makes it very easy. Just go to foxbaltimore.com, click on the menu on the top left of your screen, select Lawmakers. From there, just enter your home address to find the officials who represent you at the local, state, and federal levels.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust the state legislature to pass laws that protect your safety? So far, 94% of people who voted say no. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
In just hours, President Joe Biden will be addressing the United Nations General Assembly.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen, who is in our live center with what he's expected to say. Megan.
Yeah, guys, we want to take you live to New York City. This is really the center of the world stage today, where President Biden is expected to promote democracy. He's going to meet with world leaders and also advocate for increased support for Ukraine. Leaders from at least 145 countries are slated to attend, with a few notable exceptions. France, the United Kingdom, China, and Russia, they will not be there, meaning 4 of the 5 permanent members of the council are going to be absent. So the question is, what can leaders hope to accomplish? Well, we're getting word a substantial section of President Biden's speech will be devoted to the war in Ukraine. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to attend today's talks in person for the first time since the start of the war. I want to take you live now to the White House, where Zelensky is then set to meet with President Biden on Thursday. We know Washington's message of support for Ukraine has been complicated recently by the handful of lawmakers now actively opposing more funding. The White House is seeking $24 billion in additional aid to Ukraine, which it hoped would be passed alongside a continuing resolution to keep the government open while the budget negotiations continue. We'll keep you posted as we learn more on that. And meantime, also following breaking news, taking a live look at some of the Americans that were detained in Iran for years and freed in a prisoner swap, now arriving back into the United States. This is the last piece of the deal that just fell into place yesterday. This is actually video coming into our newsroom here this morning. Some recordings now being sent in through our smart board. 5 Americans now back home this morning, just landing in Fort Belvoir, Virginia, about 10 minutes ago. We're also told 5 Iranians have also been released from U.S. custody again. These Americans now able to reunite with their families here. This is actually not live here. This is actually recordings coming in. We'll have much more from our live center as we learn more. That's the latest.
The story is making your headlines this hour.
I don't think money is the issue. I think accountability is the issue.
Another round of shocking state test scores in Baltimore City schools. Fox 45 News Project Baltimore has the testing data you won't see anywhere else.
The House Freedom Caucus is presenting a short-term solution that would fund the government through October 31st, why some lawmakers, including other Republicans, are not on board. 7:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:16 on this Tuesday morning, and yeah, developing now. United States government again could shut down in less than 2 weeks because Congress cannot do one of the main jobs and come to an agreement on a budget. The fight, some claim, is just political fodder at the expense of you, the taxpayer. Some House Republicans releasing a 1-month stopgap proposal this week, but critics argue it cannot pass the Senate. Joining us now with the spending debate, not only across party lines, but also within the parties, representing Maryland's 1st District, Congressman Andy Harris. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us.
Good to be with you this morning.
It was proposed by the House, and Freedom Caucus members, as yourself, were pushing this. They came to an agreement with another sanction of the Republican Party. You put in their spending cuts and border influx, which means this is already really dead when facing the Democrat Senate. Is this just to get everyone on the record on how they will vote?
Well, the fact of the matter is that the Senate plan, which is just what's called a clean CR, just continue the out-of-control spending with no border control, is dead on arrival if it comes to the House. So that's the way the legislature works. One body takes a position, they negotiate a position with the other body. Look, we have a wide open border that is causing a lot of problems around the country, and we have a $2 trillion deficit. We have to control spending, and we have to control our southern border. That's what the plan that we're going to look at this week would do.
And Congressman, a lot of people will say, okay, well, we're already $30 trillion in the hole anyway with the U.S. I mean, our debt is out of control anyway, so what does it matter? It's kind of funny money. And we're giving a lot of money to Ukraine, especially for the aid. So this one would stop the president giving more there to President Joe Biden had requested Congress to do that. This proposal says, no more money for Ukraine. Is that right?
Well, the House proposal, again, that we're going to consider this week does not have the president's additional funding request for Ukraine. That should be handled separately. That should be a separate discussion. That's the problem with Washington. They lump everything into one bill. In this case, the president wants disaster funding for Hawaii. He wants the Ukraine funding. He wants a continuing resolution. This is not the way we should do business. We have to control our spending. And yeah, we have a $32 trillion debt already, but adding $2 trillion deficit this year is not going to help it. That's certainly true. So we have to begin to rein in our fiscal overspending, and we have to control the southern border.
I know that in April, you put out a statement saying our country is in a fiscal cliff. And although I've never voted for a debt ceiling increase in my time as congressman, today I vote to raise our nation's debt ceiling. Does this tie in at all with that logic that if you start saying, OK, well, we'll release some of this money now, we should be able to fight and get more money now when we talk about these budget concerns, which is what we're in now?
Well, the situation is exactly the same. In order to get that necessary debt ceiling increase, the president had to give in on new government funding past October 1st, the Democrats and the president are going to have to agree to controlling the southern border. Again, this should be a no-brainer. In any other country in the world, it would be a no-brainer. You control your border, but somehow this is a discussion in Washington.
Then what are we looking at now as far as the time frame? I mean, we have, what, 12 days until this needs to get passed. Do you think it will happen, or will we shut down?
Look, I think something's going to pass the House, and I think it's not going to be what's called a clean continuing resolution, which is just increasing the out-of-control spending with no southern border control. And then if the Senate and the president choose to reject that, they're choosing to shut down the government because they won't control the southern border. I don't think the average American will agree with that.
Congressman Andy Harris, thank you.
Thank you.
It is 7:19, and we need to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers. Great day to be a meteorologist. I mean, my goodness, look outside. Gorgeous. There you go. Done.
We call it back to you weather, guys. Hey, weather's looking good. Back to you. Oh, shoot. We have to fill 2 minutes and 30 seconds of time. But I will tell you that coming up this weekend, right here, M&T Bank Stadium, as the Ravens are back home, possibly having to deal with some rain. Yes, into our weekend. But things looking great right now. Our bus stop forecast, beep, beep, as our temperatures this morning are hanging out in the 50s this hour for the kiddos. Maybe a light jacket this morning. No need for that jacket by midday. We'll be in the mid 70s and into the upper 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour when you pick them up this afternoon. Great afternoon to hang out with the kids, or maybe just by yourself after you drop the kids off, go get a round of golf. And 61 by 9 a.m. We're in the mid 70s through noontime and into the upper 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So overall, overall, our numbers typically this time of year are in the upper 70s. A lot of us are hanging into the low to mid 70s across Carroll and northern Baltimore counties. 75 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, right about 76 in Perry Hall and White Marsh over through Towson and the town center. You're in the mid 70s there. Harford and Cecil counties also in the low to mid 70s for Rising Sun at Aberdeen over to Perryman. Great day to do stuff outdoors with plenty of sunshine. Up and down the 95 corridor, same thing goes. We'll see lower 70s for New York and Philly. Baltimore at 78, 77 in D.C. Lower 80s, a little warmer if you're heading to Richmond this afternoon. Maybe you're flying down there today, pilots. Great day to practice some IFR stuff because we are VFR all day. Visual flight rules looking pretty good as you're heading out and heading to fly the friendly skies. Here's a look at our future scan. Big ridge of high pressure continuing today and tomorrow for most of the rest of this week. But this is what's going on Saturday. We have what we call a potential subtropical system. So not a tropical storm, but we're going to see a lot of moisture coming in and a lot of rain along the eastern shore. Some of that's going to be in parts of Baltimore, areas 95 and to the east. And then we'll keep the wind and the rain around most of Saturday. Sunday, another round as that low pressure system moves off toward the east. So as I mentioned, possibly some rain showers for that game on Sunday afternoon at M&T Bank Stadium. And then as we head toward the end of the weekend, that rain moves out. But that's definitely something that we're keeping our eye on for the weekend. Shout out to Amy Jewell. That is Winston, the grilling dog. He is right there ready to go and getting the grill all fired up. So thank you, Amy, for sending that picture in of sweet Winston. We'd love to see your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Last couple of days of summer, my friends. 79 on Friday, and then Saturday is the first day of autumn with the rain showers and possible storms. Still a little bit wet on Sunday for the Ravens game, as I mentioned, but will dry out toward the early part of next week. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Getting reports of an incident in Northeast. This is 95 southbound between Maryland 272 and Chesapeake House Travel Plaza. That's still backed up, and you can see the tapping of the brakes there on the right. It just went to yellow, as I was just telling about that, so that means it's been moved off to the side or cleared out, and traffic is starting to flow. We do have something also, though, on the Eastern Shore, Price, Maryland. We have a 3-vehicle accident that's closing down 301 southbound. No cameras in that area, but southbound 301, if you're traveling near Price, Maryland, you will have a detour to get around that accident.
It is time for football. We are kicking off this season, and you could win money every weekday from now through the end of this week, September 21st.
Just grab your phone, scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. It's called Touchdown Trivia Contest. We'll see if we can get that QR code up here soon.
And then you just get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card. One weekly national winner will win $5,000. Again, scan the QR code to get the touchdown trivia question of the day. Good luck to you, and congrats to Annette Panto, who won yesterday's touchdown trivia.
I came to Baltimore for a reason, and now I'm leaving for a reason.
Car thefts show no signs of slowing down in Baltimore City. How one city councilman is trying to slam on the brakes before more carjackings turn deadly. 7:24, you're watching Fox 45 News. All local, all morning. 726, let's take a look at some of the events happening around our region today.
At 9:30 this morning, Senate President Bill Ferguson will join leaders from the Maryland Department of Health to announce a $120 million investment of state funding to expand and support K-12 behavioral health services across Maryland.
And then from 6 to 8 tonight, the group Neighbors for Buses will be holding a town hall in Howard County at the library there to discuss all school bus related concerns taking place in the large meeting room at the central branch of the Columbian Library. We can expect a sunny afternoon, highs reaching into the 70s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking some rain for the weekend ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And another round of state test scores shows the academic struggles in city schools. How many schools now had 0 students test proficient in math? Plus the other shocking numbers our Project Baltimore team found. 727, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Need to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Yeah, he was just DJ Doppler there for the commercial break for us.
On the ones and twos, that's right. Yeah, it's our 7:30 stretch. Hopefully getting your blood flowing a little bit on your Tuesday morning. It's a little on the chilly side. The sun is outside right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Beautiful shot there in Towson. Hopefully you get out there and get some fresh air. Look at 40s in western Maryland, but most of us are in the 50s and 60s for the Mid-Atlantic, up into Philly and down into Salisbury. 59 officially at Baltimore City. So your yard and gardening cast, if you do want to get out there and get some yard work done, get those mums planted, ready for fall, looking at mid to upper 70s in the later part of the day today. Should talk about right about 78 for your high. That temperature pretty close to where we typically are this time of year, and the sun will be up until 7:09 tonight. We're getting closer to autumn, so we still have a few more days of summer left. In fact, after today's highs in the 70s, we get some lower 80s for Wednesday and Thursday. Back with your full forecast. We will talk about that rain that's going to impact you this weekend coming up in a few.
The latest round of state test results raising alarms in Baltimore City. Now we're getting a detailed look into just how bad it really is.
Project Baltimore's Chris Pepps found 40% of city high schools where the state exam was given did not have a single student score proficient in math.
Jason Rodriguez,
this is educational homicide,
is with people empowered by the struggle.
There is no excuse.
In 2021,
enough is enough.
The Baltimore-based nonprofit held rallies calling on Baltimore City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises to resign over low test scores, falling graduation rates, and a lack of transparency. Now, after seeing what Project Baltimore just discovered, Rodriguez is renewing those calls.
We have a system that's just running rogue, and it starts at the top.
Rodriguez is reacting to these new 2023 state test scores, which have not yet been released to the public. FOX45 obtained them through a source in Baltimore City schools. The unredacted state test results at every school in the city. And what we found is hard to believe. Students took the test in the spring of 2023. Just a few months ago, we found 13 city high schools where not one student who took the state math test scored proficient. Not one student. These are the 13 schools, which includes some of the city's most well-known high schools like Patterson, Frederick Douglass, and Reginald F. Lewis. In total, students at 33 high schools took the state math exam last spring. In our analysis, we are not including Eager Street Academy because it's located inside the Baltimore City Detention Center. Of the 32 high schools remaining, if 13 had 0 students test proficient, that means 40% of all Baltimore City high schools could not produce a single student who's doing math at grade level. But that's not the only alarming finding we made. In these 13 high schools, more than 1,700 students took the test, and nearly 1,300, or 74.5%, scored a 1 out of 4, the lowest level, meaning those students are not even close to being proficient. And keep in mind, last school year, Baltimore City schools received $1.6 billion from taxpayers, the most ever. The district also received an additional $799 million from the federal government in COVID relief funding. Yet still, not a single student at 13 city high schools tested proficient in math.
So it's not a funding issue. We're getting plenty of funding. I don't think money is the issue. I think accountability is the issue.
6 years ago, in 2017, Project Baltimore produced a similar report where we analyzed state test scores and found 13 city schools had 0 students proficient in math. And many of the schools from 2017 are also on the 2023 list, including Achievement Academy, Coppin Academy, Frederick Douglass, New Era, Patterson, and the Reach.
We're still dealing with these same issues year after year. It's just scary to me and alarming to me because we know that what's happening now, is just opening up the floodgates to the school-to-prison pipeline.
City schools will not do an interview to discuss these results. Instead, we received a statement which states, "We acknowledge that some of our high school students continue to experience challenges in math following the pandemic." The statement also said recent increases in funding have increased student achievement. The district says in 7 of 8 grade levels, math proficiencies increased in 2023 compared to 2022.
I'm beyond angry. This is why we've been calling for the resignation of the school CEO.
It's important to note we're only able to report these test scores to the public because a source gave them to us. When the state officially releases them later this month, the results will be heavily redacted, making it more difficult for parents to see how poorly many schools are performing. Earlier this year, the state began further redacting state test scores after Project Baltimore reported on last year's poor outcomes. With State Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry no longer seeking a second term, we asked the school board if it plans to reverse course and make more information concerning test scores available to the public. We were told the board has no comment. But when we were looking at the test scores we do have, we made another stunning discovery. Coming up on Wednesday on Fox 45 News, we'll tell you what we learned about the top 5 performing high schools in the city. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
So what needs to be done to change course in city schools? Baltimore mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon is joining us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so you just listened to that report as well. 32 high schools, 13 of them had 0 students test proficient, breaking down to 40% of Baltimore City high schools where they're not able to do math at grade level. What is your reaction to that? And these are the newest test scores.
Well, first of all, it's sad and it's disheartening because today, more than ever, the school system has the money and the resources. We should have an aggressive plan in place post-COVID to get our students back at the level. You know, it's about accountability. No one, of course, we keep talking about the CEO, but no one's talking about the accountability at the school board level, who are the board of directors for the CEO and the school system, who's appointed by the mayor, except for the 2 elected school board members. We need to hold the school CEO and the administration accountable. I keep going back to community schools. If we had money, we went through COVID. A lot of children were struggling. They didn't have an aunt like my sister, who was right next to my nephew at the computer. You have a lot of kids who are behind. So here's the question. Do we need to extend the school day to provide extra tutorial services? Do we need to partner with retired teachers and ask them to come in to help support the schools and the teachers? Because I know the schools teachers have a load already. Do we need to look at the community school concept, which I keep talking about over and over, and bring partners in, like Teachers Democracy Project, bring in the teachers union to say, okay, what can we do together to get these grades up and these scores up? How do we maximize the resources we have and put every ounce of energy into our students?
Okay, so you brought up the money and that they're getting the funding, $1.6 billion from taxpayers and then another almost $800 million in COVID. So where is that money going? Why aren't we seeing better results? It can't be that the people at the top or the people in the classrooms don't care about the students and what's happening. Where is the breakdown?
That's the $65,000 question. Where is the breakdown, and why isn't the school board responding to many of these questions as relates to the budget, the money, and why can't the school system be transparent in providing the citizens? You know, I feel for parents. My kids are grown, they're out of school. But I, as a former teacher, I'm always committed to education. I know it's the appointment, it's the answer, one of the answers and the key that we're facing now with our juveniles and what's happening with crime, what's happening with the breakdown in the family. Parents, guardians, supporters need to be outraged. They need to be at North Avenue demanding answers to what's happening with their students and with their children. And I don't see that happening. So we've got to begin to rally behind them to make sure we find out what's going on, how come they're not being accountable. Because if you look at some of those schools that were in 2017 and today, 2023, some of those same schools, maybe different students. So where's the breakdown? Do we need to go back and look at what's happening in elementary and middle school and provide extra support? But we've got to have answers, and we can't just get a press release from the school system saying that we're working on it. What are we doing? How can we be involved as the public? How can parents and guardians know what's happening and get that extra support for their children?
All right, mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's 7:41. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Welcome back. 7:43 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast looking out over the stadiums. Nice and sunny this morning. If you are going to be heading out on the water, boaters and watermen, just know small craft advisory until 11 o'clock this morning. That northwest wind about 10 to 15 knots and waves 1 to 2 feet. It should die down a little bit later today with temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
New developments in the spying allegations against County Executive Bob Casserly. Just ahead, we'll take a look at the back and forth, the political infighting, and the new legal action being threatened.
In Baltimore County, the number of juveniles stealing cars has skyrocketed. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll show you those shocking statistics. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
.47 and developing this morning, new details in the spy controversy surrounding County Executive Bob Casserly.
Now, Casserly is pushing back at the Harford County State's Attorney, claiming that he's retaliating against her. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with more and the back and forth that's going on in Harford County. Shannon.
Yeah, this is yet another wrinkle, Tom and Patrice, in an ongoing saga, and it all stems back to those allegations that Harford County Executive Bob Casserly was spying on a county councilman, the sheriff, and several others earlier this year. Well, you'll remember back in July, the Harford County State's Attorney, Allison Healy, sent a criminal complaint on those allegations to the state prosecutor, and now she believes that Bob Casserly is withholding important information from her in order to retaliate for that.
Is refusing to provide access to this important information to which I am entitled in retaliation for my referral of a recent investigation into their conduct. These emails include invoices, contracts, personnel actions, and state and federal grant correspondence that simply cannot be ignored for any period of time.
Now, for more background on those emails that she mentioned there, Healy says a critical member of her staff is out on extended emergency leave, and information and communications is now trapped in that staff email account. Well, the email account is held on Harford County servers, but she says when her office requested access to the account, County Executive Bob Casselly's administration said no. Well, Casselly himself showed up to yesterday's press conference to explain why, saying he is not retaliating, and he claims this very public political infighting has deeper ties to issues playing out in Harford County's Republican base.
No retribution, no retaliation. What's absurd is that she turns to me and says, hey, what I just have asked you to be indicted for, the same conduct, I want you to now do it because it would benefit me. I'm like, what are you kidding me? This is Keystone Cops? And that's why they're coming after me right now. This is political theatrics. This is a political hit job.
So a lot of back and forth you just heard there. Meanwhile, Healy is now seeking emergency funding to establish an independent data server, and she is also threatening legal action. She says she will take Casselly to court so that a judge can order that this information be released. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Shannon. Our Weather Authority forecast here, just about 7:50, and you can see that sun that is bright there, looking off toward the east over the inner harbor. On your weather headlines, numbers right about 59 now, and we're on our way to the upper 70s for the afternoon under mostly sunny skies, so plenty of sunshine. Maybe a little bit of breeze out there, but temperatures staying near average for this time of year. Next hour, we'll slide into the upper 50s here, right around the Bromo Seltzer Tower. Great day for lunch outdoors on your Tuesday with mid-70s through noontime, and we'll be in those mid to upper 70s overall for the afternoon. So very nice outdoor type day where you can spend some time out there. Mid to upper 70s here across most of central Maryland, 73 Westminster, but mid-70s in Cockeysville and Bel Air, 76 for you in Chestertown and Annapolis, almost 80 in Baltimore City. Now, if you are heading down the ocean, seeing some numbers mainly in the mid-70s, great beach weather. That water temperature still in the mid-70s, so you've got a couple of last-minute plans to wrap up the last week of summer heading down the ocean. We got 4 days left until autumn begins. That's early Saturday morning for that autumnal equinox. Here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry today and tomorrow. Big ridge of high pressure, but watch what happens Saturday. We're tracking a coastal low that could become a little subtropical in nature, bringing a lot of wind and rain, especially east of 95 and areas out toward the eastern shore through Saturday afternoon, and then another round of showers possible by Sunday, so could be a little bit wet for that Ravens game here at home. Shout out to Ed McIntyre sending this picture of Xena. I think it's a picture of Xena because I don't believe that's a real cat, but either way, it's a great looking picture on a pumpkin. So thank you, Ed, for sending that picture in. Lots of great fall stuff already starting to be on your porches and out back or whatever you're doing as you're getting closer to autumn. That's what we're talking about coming up on Saturday. And as I mentioned, that Ravens game could be a little wet on Sunday, but next couple of days staying nice and dry with warmer than average temperatures.
All right, now again, we're getting ready for Ain't Nothing But a Pickle Party. You know that jam? Okay, maybe you don't know, but this weekend, the big deal world's largest pickle party is going down, and these kind of treats will be there along with other things. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Ain't nothing but a big deal party. Okay, that's enough of that.
He's had one too many pickles this morning.
What were those pickles in? Where were they in?
And they're off. In our 8 o'clock hour, learn more about the Legacy Chase at Schwan Downs and the classic Maryland treat with a boozy twist that you can get your hands on.
Well, something that does not need to have a boozy twist whatsoever.
No, but if it does.
Yeah, it can. But you can get your hands on it right now.
Yeah, it's time for a coffee break. Just no pickles in it.
7:55. Now here's a salty tongue twister. Pickles preempt power plant power fleet.
What he means to say, Mark Clark is at Power Plant Live with the ultimate pickle takedown. Hey, Mark.
What's going on, all those tongue twisters? Look, Evan is a pickleologist. He has created these wonderful dishes for the festival. Oh, not festival, party. Pickle party. Do not say festival. It's pickle party going down. Evan, this isn't the first time you've done this, so you're actually adding more onto the recipes, right?
This is our third pickle festival, and we actually created everything
Pickle
started
party,
with
Evan.
this. Oh, sorry,
Do
pickle
not say
party.
festival.
Not festival. This is our third pickle party, and this is what we created for the first one. It's our pickle bacon ranch, and then this came for the second one. This is the buffalo chicken pickle bacon ranch, and this year we're coming with some real surprises like this.
Voila!
That is the mozzarella stuffed hot Cheeto deep fried dill pickle with chipotle mayo.
Wow, wow. And let me tell you something. Evan has put his heart and soul into this. His hands were soaked in hot peppers. He's in pain this morning. Hands crippled by the peppers of the pickle. The pickled peppers. How many pickled peppers can, okay. Anyway, yeah, the pickle party's gonna, now normally, Tom, you'd expect me to bite into this morning, but I don't think.
Absolutely. So what are we waiting on?
Go for it.
Is it hot?
We've got some Pepto-Bismol for you.
All right, good night.
No, we need to see this happen.
Oh, look at the cheese come out of there.
We got to work on that batter a little bit.
He can't even. All it
That is
is a
version
thumbs
3.
up.
We are not done with that.
Oh my God!
concept
Look
yet.
at that.
All right. That was really good. That was really good, guys.
Okay, good. Well, that's good to hear. He's still talking. It's not that hot. For more information about the pickle party, you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, temperatures will be above average for this last official week of summer. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next chance for rain. That is in his full Weather Authority forecast.
More than 8,000 auto thefts so far in the city when you include carjackings. But what exactly are the thieves doing with those vehicles? Law enforcement expert weighs in on the different things criminals can get out of those vehicles that don't belong to them. 7:58, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local.
In Baltimore County, the number of juveniles stealing cars has skyrocketed. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll show you those shocking statistics.
The debate over juvenile crime and how to curb it continues. Just ahead, why some leaders aren't on the same page.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Tuesday morning to you. This is September 19th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Final days of summer here.
Know.
It's feeling like fall already. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at how it's feeling.
Good, move on. Let's go. Come on,
Yeah.
get those pumpkin spice lattes. Yep, you got the
you've already
skeletons
been
are out
there.
there. I've been there, and I love it. It's my favorite season. So maybe it's yours as well. As we see, we are starting off with plenty of sunshine. Our Mile 1 Auto Groove cam, and we've been kind of on the cooler side this morning, mainly 50s and 60s. We bumped it up to about 61 officially in Baltimore City, 58 Cockeysville and Bel Air, 60 in Chestertown, still some lower 60s for Annapolis and across the Bay Bridge over to Stevensville and Kent Island. So keeping those numbers in the 60s for the next couple of hours. We're in the mid 70s by noontime. Should be a gorgeous day to be outside, topping out about 78. We'll be in the 50s again tonight, and then actually a little bit warmer tomorrow with some lower 80s. So we still have a few more days where we'll feel that summer kind of warm-ishness. We'll have a closer look at your full forecast coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. This morning, we are continuing our coverage on the juvenile crime crisis throughout the state, with the latest incident happening at Dunbar High School.
2 teenagers are now in custody after shots were fired at the school yesterday afternoon. Police say the gunfire hit the window of the cafeteria. Fortunately, no one was hurt.
We know it happened after dismissal around 4 p.m. It's the second shooting at Dunbar in the past few weeks. Earlier this month, a 12-year-old was shot at a football game.
This morning, we have live team coverage of the juvenile crime problem as parents, police, and prosecutors across the state are calling for change.
In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with the deepening divide between lawmakers and who they represent.
But first, we begin with Olivia Dance with the continued urgency to address juvenile crime in Baltimore County. Olivia.
Hello, Megan and Patrice. Juvenile crime continues to be a major concern, and this morning the number of children stealing cars has skyrocketed. Police partially blame the current juvenile justice laws that prevent them from charging any thief under the age of 13.
They are choosing the kid under age 13 to be the driver. So we have 11-year-olds with no license, no training, driving these stolen cars at high speeds. Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them and you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not. They know they're underage, and they know they can't get in trouble.
Let's take a look at some of the statistics. In Baltimore County, car thefts are up 175% this year compared to the same time period last year. The number of adults arrested for stealing cars is up 15% from this time last year. And finally, the number of juveniles arrested for stealing cars is up 508%. While state lawmakers have deemed car theft a minor crime, Baltimore County Police insist it has major implications. Police continue to voice their frustrations with having to send juveniles right back home, even if they are repeat thieves. County police have already distributed hundreds of steering wheel locks to drivers and are now working with car dealerships to distribute even more. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, the pressure is building on lawmakers to find answers to the ongoing juvenile crime crisis.
Continuing our team coverage now, Shannon Lilly live with more on the new policy ideas. Shannon.
Yeah, leaders from around Maryland, Megan, continue to raise concerns of juvenile crime impacting more and more communities. And now the policy ideas held by the leader of the Department of Juvenile Services are back under scrutiny. But Secretary Vincent Schiraldi is pointing out that juvenile crime is down across the state. That's not, though, what many on the front line say they're seeing.
The statements of the Secretary about the falling numbers in terms of juvenile crime that's not what we've seen here in Montgomery County.
This legislation has put our children at risk, our communities at risk, and the entire state at risk of extreme chronic violence.
The time is now. They're really looking at these issues.
Now, Schiraldi, though, is described by Governor Wes Moore as a reformer who can tackle the juvenile crime issue and revamp the Department of Juvenile Services, which has long been plagued with problems. Schiraldi, though, is reiterating his view that young kids don't belong in the criminal justice system for several crimes, and that view is consistent with his previous policy stances.
If you ask most of your viewers, how different were you, particularly the men, at the age of 17 versus the age of 19? Were you dramatically more ready to engage in adult responsibility and adult behaviors when you were a freshman or a sophomore in college than you were when you were a senior in high school? I think most people would say no.
Now, meanwhile, Governor Wes Moore has said he will look to lawmakers to make some changes to these juvenile laws when they return for session in January. But he has not said specifically what changes he wants to see. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Later today, President Joe Biden addresses the UN General Assembly in New York, how he plans to advocate for more support in Ukraine.
Temperature's not looking too bad. Plenty of sunshine. Another gorgeous afternoon on tap. We'll track the potential for rain for the upcoming weekend. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $8:10 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast. Well, I just got the chills watching that commercial for the O's. Soak it in. Birdland, Orioles magic. Can't believe we're in the playoffs. It's amazing. All right, let's take a look outside right now. Looking out over the Inner Harbor. O's won't be back in town until next Tuesday to wrap up their final homestand before the playoffs, and hopefully we'll be hosting some of those playoff games right here. We're talking about 40s and 50s for Western Maryland, 59 in Westminster, 58 in Bel Air, 61 your temp in Baltimore City. So as you head out the door, definitely need the sunglasses. Maybe you needed a jacket earlier this morning, but you definitely won't need it today, and really no need for the umbrella, not until we get to the weekend. So out for our morning run or jog, low to mid 60s next couple of hours, feeling pretty good outside. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
In just 2 hours, President Joe Biden will address the United Nations General Assembly.
Let's get right to Tom Rogers in our live center with what he's expected to say. Tom.
Yeah, taking you live right now inside the UN as some dignitaries are greeting one another here. The New York City, the world stage today, where President Joe Biden is expected to promote democracy, meet with world leaders, and advocate for increased support for Ukraine, with his speech set for 10 o'clock. Now, leaders from at least 145 countries are slated to attend, with a few notable exceptions. France, the United Kingdom, China, and Russia will not be there, meaning 4 of the 5 permanent members of the council will be absent. So what can the leaders hope to accomplish? We're getting word a substantial section of President Biden's speech will be devoted to the war in Ukraine. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky expected to attend today's talks in person for the first time since the start of this war. And we want to take you to the White House, where Zelensky is then set to meet with President Biden Thursday. We know Washington's message for support for Ukraine has been complicated recently by a couple dozen lawmakers now actively opposing more funding to the war. The White House is seeking $24 billion in additional aid to Ukraine, which is hoped would pass alongside a continuing resolution. But the Freedom Caucus argues funding Ukraine's war should not be tied in with the budget. This all happening as 5 Americans were held in Iran prisons are now back home on U.S. soil. You're seeing some of the video that came through early this morning. They're hugging their loved ones there. Now, 5 Iranian prisoners who were here in the U.S. are being released from U.S. prisons, with 2 of the 5 opting to remain on U.S. soils. That's the latest from our Live Center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
Frustration is growing in Howard County over ongoing school transportation issues. Topping our next half hour, why parents and families are fighting new schedule changes.
But first, car thefts continue to skyrocket in Baltimore City, with BPD reporting 7,400 this year alone. We're going to sit down with a law enforcement expert to talk about the thieves' motives, why they're doing this. It's 8:13. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Take a look at this. So far this year, there's been more than 7,400 auto thefts in Baltimore City. According to the Baltimore Police Department, that is a 221% increase compared to last year. And data shows only about 3% of those reported thefts have ended in an arrest. Often these stolen cars are found crashed or just left on the road. So why are criminals even bothering to steal them? This morning, law enforcement expert Mari Richards joining us live to weigh in on this dramatic increase. Mari, good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
Mari, in your experience, what's the point? If they're not stripping the cars for parts, why are they doing this?
Well, I'd say there's probably three main reasons. Sometimes it's used to commit other crimes. As you said, especially these young people, they've been raised with no moral code, so they actually enjoy stealing and destroying other people's property. But part of it is connected with organized crime, where some of these cars are chopped up, sold for parts, and others are just shipped out of the city.
I think what's surprising, Mari, is of the more than 7,400 car thefts, there have been 221 arrests, nearly half juveniles. Again, that's only 3%. How are they getting away with this?
Well, a couple of reasons. The main thing goes back to Mayor Scott's police reduction policies. BPD is down 700 officers. So if you don't have officers on the street aggressively patrolling, there's very little likelihood you're going to come across these cars because, once you do, of course, you can make the arrest. So the shortage is really hurt. I think also the policy where an officer doesn't even show up at a victim's home to talk to that victim really hurts, because you could interview neighbors and find something. Because these are really serious crimes, Megan.
Mm-hmm.
An automobile is so important for a working family. You might lose your job, you can't take your kids to school. It's devastating.
Well, Mari, we appreciate you shedding some insight from your experience on why this could be happening. Certainly an issue that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
It is 8:18 now, and we want to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with it.
Uh-oh.
But no, it feels good outside. I was just like here, it's a Tuesday. I think some of us may be feeling that Tuesday feel, but it's also feeling good, especially if you're outside getting that breath of fresh air. I think I just need to step back outside and do another Superman walk around the building. So yeah, beautiful blue skies out there from our Towson camera. Great day to get out there and play some golf, golfers. Next hour will be in the lower 60s on your forecast. Mid 70s through noon and into the mid to upper 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Check some of the numbers here in your neighborhoods. We're talking about lower 70s for Westminster and Eldersburg and Carroll County, over to Reisterstown at 73, 70s for Catonsville, down into Baltimore City at 78. Same number for you there in Dundalk and out through Edgemere and Sparrows Point. Mid to upper 70s for Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Howard and Anne Arundel counties. We'll keep those upper 70s going down through Annapolis for your highs later today. And temperatures here are not too bad, especially if you're heading down the ocean. Maybe you still have a couple of beach days left. The last few days officially of summer are getting to be pretty nice. Mid 70s here through Thursday. That water temperature still hanging on at about 74 degrees. And if you're flying today, pilots, we're talking about a VFR day, visual flight rules, great days to practice your IMC training. It's going to be a real nice afternoon or evening to throw some stuff on the grill, too. That grill cast is looking good through 5 p.m. in the mid to upper 70s, keeping those 70s in that 6 and 7 o'clock hour as well. Here's a look at our future scan. So we're dry for today, and most of the week we are going to stay dry. Nice ridge of high pressure settling in. That's kind of the dominant weather feature here. As we take you into Thursday and Friday, you'll start to see a little bit more cloud cover develop. There is going to be what we call a potential subtropical system moving in from the south by the time we get into early Saturday. Let me show you that here on our future scan. This takes you through Saturday morning. This is our American model here, bringing in more of that rain to the eastern shore. Most of this stays east of the 95 corridor. Notice this latest model run is keeping it a little farther to the east. So earlier this morning, it was going to be more on top of us here in Baltimore. Now it's looking to be more of an eastern shore situation. Probably still some leftover showers into Sunday and some of that cloud cover as well before that all pushes out of here into early next week. But something obviously we'll keep our eyes on. We'll see how those latest models trend. Not going to be a tropical storm or anything like that, but definitely some moisture moving in for the weekend. So your 7-day forecast, 70s and lower 80s next couple of afternoons, 79 on Friday. Then we'll be back to the mid to upper 70s Saturday and Sunday. Just go ahead and plan potentially for a few showers for that Ravens game Sunday afternoon with temperatures that stay mainly in the 70s.
All right, Justin, thank you. The Orioles with
The big deal, world's largest pickle party going down this weekend. Pickles and ice cream? What? Well, try it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
All right, so I'm not sure what the answer to this is, but how much pickle is too much pickle?
Well, Mark Clark's about to find out. He's live at the world's largest pickle party trying to make pickle ice cream.
That might be too
Mark.
much pickle.
And what's on top of it?
Well, I'm going to tell you, well, first of all, let me introduce Rhiannon, who's so famous, she has a song written all about her. Rhiannon has this, they wanted to know, Rhiannon, what is this on top of the pickle? So break it down. What do we have?
Okay, we got a little bit of everything. So underneath we have, it's actually frozen custard, which is better than ice cream. So we have pickle, frozen custard. We got pickle chunk spears here, peanut butter sauce, peanut butter chips. We could add some Reese's Pieces to Reese's Cups if you would want. pickle spear in the back, and then we're gonna add our marshmallow cream, and then of course sprinkles, because sprinkles are for winners.
Wow, sprinkles are for winners. Now you said peanut butter cream.
Yes.
I've never heard of peanut butter cream ever in my life.
What? No, it's the best, and it's also the best when it's frozen.
And
so.
frozen with the pickles. Now, you know, we have this pickle party. Was this specially made for the pickle party, or do you do this?
This is definitely special for the pickle party. We started making pickle ice cream last year, and then somebody reached out from the Big Dill saying that you would be a great addition. We came last year, and then we added this to our menu this year.
Well, and guys, I don't want to, you know, you may not know this, but this is pretty much a big deal. Thank you very much. I'm here all week. Thank you very much. Okay, are we going to sprinkle it?
Let's do it. Let's put some cream on top because, you know, why not? And then, of course, sprinkles. Because we're winners.
Wow.
All right, we ready?
Yep, you ready?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Get everything in there.
Get your chunk. Where's your chunk at?
Oh, my chunk. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Got it. Let's go. Ready?
Oh, Lord. Wow.
It's good, right?
Wow.
I've never had that.
Wow.
So
There's a lot going on there.
Crunchy, sugary, salty, and creamy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stuff.
I'm glad
And
this
no
was your
jokes, and no
assignment
jokes.
today.
And no
I think
jokes.
I would have been in if it were just the ice cream. All the other stuff.
Once you put the marshmallow on top, you definitely,
That's a lot
That was
going
good.
on.
enjoy, everybody. All right,
Gotta
well,
get the chunk, don't forget.
If you want to get out there and taste it for yourself, all the information's on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
I feel like I can taste it now.
The transportation troubles continue for Howard County schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have details on the changes the district is implementing and why parents are upset.
New developments in the spying allegations against Harford County Executive Bob Castle. Just ahead, we'll take a look at the back and forth, the political infighting, and the new legal action that's being threatened.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, September 19th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. For some reason, I smell pickles.
I feel like I can taste it. Peanut butter. Do you do the pickle and peanut butter?
I don't.
Me
I know
neither.
Elvis used to do that.
I thought so.
Yeah,
I don't know. And then the sprinkles. It was a lot going on. I don't know.
Pickle ice cream. The pickle on a stick with jalapeno and cheese. I mean, meteorologist Justin Chambers, would you go for that?
No, I'm not a pickle guy. That's the whole thing. So
it was a pickled jalapeno.
That sounds amazing.
Pickled jalapeno, maybe. All right,
Pickled
maybe.
bacon.
Didn't
was
Elvis
good.
do peanut butter banana?
Oh, he did that too.
Man,
with honey. Yeah,
he was such a revolutionary.
Such a peanut butter guy.
Let's take a look outside right now and see what's going on here. And overall, well, the deal is that everything is fine out over the inner harbor. We've got nice, mainly clear skies out there. And boaters and watermen, we do have a small craft advisory. This goes until 11 o'clock this morning. So still some gusty wind out there out of the northwest, about 10 to 15 knots, even some stronger gusts as well. Those waves about 1 to 2 feet as well. Numbers are going to be in the 70s and less wind later today. Upper 70s today. We still have temps in the lower 80s on the way this week. Wednesday and Thursday, those are going to be in the above average category. We're tracking some rain as we head into the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads right now, Tom?
Let's take a look. We're looking at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a lot more red out on the roadways here. We do have well, the camera is frozen right here. There's an accident. This is in the northeast. That's been cleared, so that's wide open. The issue that we're facing now is 695's outer loop right near Reisterstown Road at 140. There's disabled in the roadway there, and it's already a very congested time because of the volume that's coming out, and so that is causing some slowdowns because it's in the middle lane. So people are stopping and then trying to go around that. It's not an accident, just disabled vehicle there. Everybody else, you're moving along, should be up to speed.
I am disappointed in this. I'm mad. I'm agitated. I'm frustrated.
You heard it there. Frustration continues in Howard County over school transportation concerns. The school system is working on a solution by changing start and dismissal times. That is set to begin tomorrow. Leading up to tomorrow's time adjustment, some parents and families are fighting the changes. We have Olivia Dance joining us live now with more on that meeting. Olivia.
Yo, Megan, parents, students, teachers, and now the school board are all voicing their concerns over the change in start times. And with the changes, some middle schools and then all high schools like Wild Lake here will start 10 minutes early and then will also be dismissed from school 10 minutes early. Other schools like Tier 3 elementary schools will start and be dismissed 10 minutes later. At the start of this school year, to improve student sleep schedule, later start times and a 3-tiered system were implemented. But what followed was a bus service breakdown. So now by shifting some start times 10 minutes earlier and others a few minutes later, Superintendent Michael Martirano is estimating 96% of morning buses will arrive on time, but that stat dips to just 67% in the afternoon.
And that percentage is not great.
Can't get her there at 8 a.m. How are they going to get her there at 7:50 in the morning?
I received an outpouring of so much frustration from students, and I think it's totally understandable.
I'm concerned because I think the issue is bigger than just time.
As you just heard, the school board, students and parents are frustrated over the shift in school times. Many argue changing the times won't change the issues brought on by the district's new bus contractor, Zoom Transportation, a California-based company that's down dozens of drivers. But the superintendent says the changes will give bus drivers more time to complete their routes and is confident the changes will drive results. The new times are expected to take effect tomorrow. And of course, you can find the full list of changes for each school on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Howard County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 8:34 now and developing this morning. New details in the spying controversy surrounding Harford County Executive Bob Castle. Castle pushing back on the Harford County State's attorney's claims that he's retaliating against her. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with more on this back and forth. Shannon?
Yeah, this is yet another wrinkle, Tom, in an ongoing saga, and it all stems back to those allegations that Harford County Executive Bob Castle spied on a county councilman, the sheriff, and several others earlier this year. Well, you'll remember back in July, the Harford County State's Attorney, Allison Healy, sent a criminal complaint on those allegations to the state prosecutor, and now she believes, though, that Bob Castle is intentionally withholding information from her in order order to retaliate for that.
Is refusing to provide access to this important information to which I am entitled in retaliation for my referral of a recent investigation into their conduct. These emails include invoices, contracts, personnel actions, and state and federal grant correspondence that simply cannot be ignored for any period of time.
Now, for more background on those emails she mentioned there, Healy says a critical member of her staff is out on an extended emergency leave, and information and communications is now trapped in that staff email account. Well, the email account is held on Harford County servers, but she says when her office requested access to the account, County Executive Bob Castley's administration said no. Well, Castley himself showed up to yesterday's press conference to explain why, and he says he is not retaliating, and he's claiming that this very public political infighting has deeper ties to issues playing out in Harford County's Republican base.
No retribution, no retaliation. What's absurd is that she turns to me and says, hey, what I just have asked you to be indicted for, the same conduct, I want you to now do it because it would benefit me. I'm like, what are you kidding me? This is Keystone Cops? And that's why they're coming after me right now. This is political theatrics. This is a political hit job.
So as you just heard, there are a lot of back and forth going on. But in the meantime, Healy is seeking emergency funding to establish an independent data server. She's also planning to take Castley to court. She's threatening legal action, and she wants a judge to demand that that information be released. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Turning now to the city where there is no sign of car thieves slowing down.
Compared to this time last year, auto thefts in Baltimore City have skyrocketed more than 200%. That's according to the latest statistics posted by the Baltimore Police Department.
When a percentage is that high, it cannot just be a statistic, it must be a call to action. It is also a reason that some residents have chosen to leave our city.
Councilman Z. Cohen is citing those numbers as he is now calling for a hearing into the growing problem.
Taylor Stewart joining us live here in studio with more on the hearing and the impact on city residents. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. Let's look at these numbers here. More than 7,700 people have had their cars stolen so far this year. That measures out to about 29 cars stolen each day, yet only about 3% of these end in an arrest. Now, just last night, Councilman Z. Cohen called for a hearing into this problem. At Monday's council meeting, he referenced a deadly carjacking that happened in his district, Fells Point to be exact. And according to BPD's own data, 68 people have been carjacked in the last month alone. We've been pressing police, state, city leaders for answers for months now. We asked Councilman Cohen why not take action sooner.
I think that we're all working together to solve this crisis, and it is a huge issue, not just, again, in Baltimore, but in so many of these jurisdictions. And I think it takes an approach where everybody is at the table.
Now, keep in mind, Cohen is running for city council president. Fox 45 News spoke with political analyst John Deedy, who says this resolution might have more to do with politics than public safety.
And the name Mosby, when you think of crime, is associated with lenient crime policies. So to say that you're going to be a little bit tougher is a good, offset from what your opponent is. And I think that this is a smart move for him to take a stronger stand on an issue like this, because there's a lot of votes he needs to get out of the city in order to win the primary.
Especially because his only opponent right now is incumbent Nick Mosby. He says Mosby's wife, former city state attorney Marilyn Mosby, and her reputation could play a role here. Now, if you have a car theft story, we want to hear about it. Scan that QR code, send us an email, and we'll keep you updated on the next hearing on this issue. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Temperatures in the 60s now, but another nice day is on tap. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your forecast, which does include some rain, though, for the weekend. We'll find out exactly when. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, time right now is 8:42. We are 18 minutes in front of 9 o'clock on your Tuesday morning. Really pretty shot right here from our Towson camera. Just did another walk around the building because it's so nice out there. And yeah, a little breezy at this time. So we're going to see some of that wind kind of stay with us at least through the next couple of hours. Out for a run or a jog, great conditions, low to mid 60s. Not going to get much sweat from just being outside. But once you get that body pumping and the heart pumping, you'll feel that as well. 78 today, upper 50s tonight. We're back to the lower 80s tomorrow. So we still have a couple of days with temps in the lower 80s that we'll get through this week. We'll talk about that and that potential for rain for the weekend coming up in a few.
Next weekend, not this Saturday, but the next Saturday, you need to be at Shawan Downs. They're hosting an equestrian experience you will not want to miss, and it's for the entire family. After the break, we are mixing up some drinks with directors from the Legacy Chase.
And get your smartphones ready. Get the camera ready. We are going to play our touchdown trivia game next. 8:43. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Okay. 8:46, and yeah, trending now, the Elite Equestrian Experience happening at Shawan Downs next weekend, not this Saturday, but the following Saturday. Director of Operations for Legacy Chase, Mark Lund, is joining us now with Amy Lewis, Director of Sales and Marketing for the Maryland Mobile Bars. You can see the banner right here, talking about the Chase and what we should expect to be not only sipping on, but what we really get to experience. So Amy and Mark, thanks again for coming in. Mark, tell us first, really, if anybody has not heard of this yet, which if you're in Maryland and you've not heard of this, you must have just moved here, because everyone knows about the steeplechase and what happens at Shawan Downs. Now we're talking about the Legacy Chase. Why does that set itself apart?
So the Legacy Chase kicks off the national fall steeplechase season. Yeah. It's the premier event at Shawan Downs in beautiful Hunt Valley, Maryland, and we're adding more and more amenities to make it attractive to the entire community. So you can come and you can get an all-inclusive experience in our Atlas VIP tent. That includes all your food, all your drinks. We're going to have great vendors selling drinks, snacks, food. You definitely don't want to miss the 410 barbecue truck. Their mac and cheese and pulled pork are amazing. And it's great for kids. We'll have a kid zone. We'll have a stick pony race. Plus, we'll have all the great steeplechase races that everybody's used to in this area.
Last year, it worked out really well. I mean, you did that in the kids zone, so you're bringing a lot of those back because people are like, kids around here and around all the drinking. No, it's fine because there's separation, and parents will be able to watch them at all times too, which is the great part about it right there at the kids zone. Amy, let's talk about what you have.
And the adults are going to need a drink while they're wrangling their kids.
That's right. That's right. Exactly. And there's horse racing going on at the same time, so it's amazing. What is this?
So thank you for having us. Maryland Mobile Bars is super excited to be here and also partnering with Legacy Chase this year. We are going to have several cocktails available at the event, one of them being the Lemon Stick Crush, which Deep Eddy has graciously coined as one of the signature drinks. We are partnering with them, Heineken, and RNDC for this great event.
So no need to drag out the coolers and all that stuff. You guys have it ready for you right there. Just walk up to the tent, get your drinks, and go. So can you show us, though, what's in that? Okay.
So similar to Legacy Chase being a, in my opinion, classic event in Baltimore, the Lemon Stick is a classic snack. And kudos to Deep Eddy for creating a crush out of it. So here's what we're going to do. What do you think? Let's try this out. Okay. So we've got the Deep Eddy lemon. We're going to let's do 2 ounces of that.
Fill up the shaker with ice. You're doing 2 ounces of that. Pouring it in. Okay.
2 ounces. All right. We've got our triple sec. Or if you don't have triple sec on hand, you can do simple syrup. That's fine too. I prefer the triple sec because it gives it a little more bite to it.
Yeah, nice.
We've got an ounce of fresh squeezed lemon juice, and keep in mind that is like the key with this one.
Okay.
We want fresh squeezed.
Fresh. Don't do the bottled stuff because you're not going to get the same flavor.
We're going to mix it up. We're going to pour it in. And then you can top with a Sprite or a club soda for a lighter version.
Add a little bit of the sweetness with the lemon that floats on top.
Exactly.
What a way to garnish.
And then we garnish with the signature snack.
And you still have good breath afterwards.
Give it a taste test.
So if you're hanging out and maybe you are meeting some others there, you still don't have to worry about bringing the gum afterwards too, because thank you very much.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
pre-made for you, sir.
All right,
and you've got the mint smell right there. So tickets are still available, right? We can go, Mark, real quick. Where can we go to get the tickets?
TheLegacyChase.org.
It's that right there, and it's right here. This is the recipe for what Amy just made for you, so you can make this at home if you'd like to, but why? Just come out to the LegacyChase.org, get those tickets, and head out there. 2 Saturdays from now, we'll find out exactly what the weather's like.
Yes to all of that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers and I would love to try one of those. You've got to look at the forecast for us too, though, Justin.
Yeah, I mean, smells lemony in the studio and minty too. We like that for sure. Overall, should not be too bad next weekend. I mean, typically this time of year, we're in the upper 70s, and we'll see those numbers go down as we get closer into October, which, yeah, by next weekend, we're almost into October. But this is our downtown Baltimore shot right now. Fed Hill looking good. Plenty of sunshine that's out there. Temperature right at 61. That's the official number of BWI Thurgood Marshall, but notice that wind out of the northwest about 9 to 15 miles an hour. Dew points in the 50s, so we've got that dry air in place, and you can see those numbers steadily climbing over the next couple of hours in the mid to upper 70s through 1 p.m. We'll probably top out right in those upper 70s through the afternoon today for most of us, which is going to be in that near average category. Some of us still hanging out in the lower 70s for Westminster and Bel Air, 74 in Elkton, mid 70s in Chestertown down through Stevensville on the eastern shore. In Annapolis, you're in at 76 for your high today. If you're traveling north on 95, lower 70s for New York and Philly, Baltimore and D.C. in those upper 70s and even mid 70s if you're heading down the ocean there for Ocean City. So if you want to get the grass cut or get the yards all cleaned up, ready for fall, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, really no issues out there as we've got 3 greens across the board. No rain in sight, too. You got to do the watering yourself because we're not getting any help from Mother Nature. Now, this is a look at our future scan, taking us through the next couple of afternoons. Large ridge of high pressure will be the dominating weather factor. So that's what's going to keep us dry as we get all the way through Thursday and even into Friday. You'll get a little bit more cloud cover on Friday afternoon. We're tracking our next weather maker. That's going to be a potential subtropical system moving in from the south. But the latest weather models are now pushing this thing farther off to the east. So Saturday morning, 10 a.m., you can see some of those showers 95 and east, but the main crux of that system will be tracking to the north and east. So we'll get some cloud cover. We'll probably get some gusty wind as well through Saturday afternoon. But right now, the models are taking that storm out of here by Sunday. So we're going to be drier for that Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. Overall, maybe a little unsettled heading into the weekend. Shout out to Ed McIntyre. I love this picture of Xena. It's a picture of a cat on a pumpkin. And yeah, lots of Halloween decorations already starting to go up, and those fall flowers as well. Thanks, Ed. You can get your pet pics to me, jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com, or you can chime in, or you can Facebook, email, Instagram, however you got to do it. All right, here we go. Our 7-day forecast. Last few days of summer through Friday, but the first day of autumn. It's early Saturday morning when that autumnal equinox happens, and then the Ravens game, maybe a couple of stray showers left over on Sunday.
All right, Justin, thank you. We want to take a live look over Houston, where this morning the O's are waking up victorious after last night's win over the Astros. The O's partied hard Sunday night. Remember that, to celebrate their playoff berth, but it didn't put them off their game here against last year's World Series champs, mind you.
And it came down to the wire, top of the ninth. First pitch, 8-10. From baseball to football, we're kicking off the season, and you can win money every weekday from now until September 21st. Just grab your phone to scan this QR code you see right there on your screen to win a $100 Visa gift card, play our touchdown trivia contest. You get the question right, then you get entered to win the daily prize of a $100 gift card. One weekly national winner will win $5,000. Good luck. Again, scan the QR code for your touchdown trivia question of the day. And congratulations to Annette Panto, who won yesterday's touchdown trivia and is she in the running now for the $5,000? I have to look with the lawyers right there. All right, I need my glasses, my readers on there.
The son of a former Baltimore linebacker is leading the Towson Tigers to victory. In our next hour, we're going to sit down with TU's new football coach.
The big deal, world's largest pickle party, is going down this weekend. Billy the Pickle, ladies and gentlemen, will be making an appearance coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
From pickles out there to what you got going on over there?
Oh, it's maybe coffee first.
Yeah, I think we need to start off with the coffee, but yeah, those lemon drinks, Legacy Chase drinks. Woo. All right, let's start with this first, though.
Seems right.
Well, topping your morning business report, the IRS says it's planning to hire more than 3,700 new agents. A hiring plan, part of the agency's efforts to crack down on wealthy tax dodgers. IRS says essential positions such as tax accountants could put an end to complex partnership and corporations skirting their tax payments. The agency aims to fill job openings nationwide at more than 250 locations. Now, to quote, add fairness to the tax system.
On Monday, the Treasury Department reports the national debt crossed $33 trillion for the first time ever. The Congressional Budget Office forecasts the nation's debt will almost double in size over the next 30 years. As the nation's debt reaches new highs, Congress is working to avoid a government shutdown. House Republicans have released a short-term bill that would temporarily fund the government through October 31st. The proposed bill has little chance of making it through the Democratic-controlled Senate. Now it is time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
So what do you do when you need to hang a picture, but you don't want to dig through your junk drawer for the hammer? We've got something for you. This is called the Kelvin 23. It's a lightweight multi-tool set. 23 tools right here in this. There is a screwdriver, pops out just like that. And then there are 16 different screwdriver bits. And there's also a 6-foot measuring tape. You've got a hammer right here, flashlight already on right there for you, and then the liquid level. So when the picture has been on the floor for months and you need to hang it, this is going to give you the freedom to do it yourself. It really is all of the essential tools in one compact case. And it's not going to take up a lot of space in your junk drawer. It's so easy. You just store it right there. Look, I am not a tool girl. Toolboxes intimidate me, but this Kelvin 23 is really all I need to take care of those small jobs and some of the big jobs around the house by myself. This is going to be a perfect gift for someone who's getting their first apartment or heading off to college. All of the essential tools. Right now, we're offering up to 33% off the Kelvin 23. Head over to asadeals.com.
Right now. That's right. It's Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore at 9 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
I'm mad because I feel like we're not getting nowhere.
In Baltimore County, the number of juveniles stealing cars has skyrocketed. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll show you those shocking statistics.
People deserve to live in places that are safe, and our kids deserve not to die.
The debate over juvenile crime and how to curb it continues. Just ahead, why some leaders just aren't on the same page.
The world is watching. Today kicks off this year's United Nations General Session. The assembly is happening right here, just ahead from the live center. The goals of this week's long meeting. It's happening in New York.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 19th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. Pretty nice looking start to this day.
Any more of them lemon crushes hanging around?
Nope, all done.
They're all gone.
Look, I came in looking for some too.
All right, well, it's all good. And by the way, I hope you're enjoying your Tuesday so far and really looking very nice. In fact, it's been nice most of the morning. Temperatures are steadily climbing. We're into the 60s right now, 66 actually in Baltimore City, still hanging on to 57 in Columbia, 61 Westminster, Bel Air, you're at 60 degrees this hour. So overall, in your out and about cast, we'll keep those numbers climbing into the upper 60s through 11 a.m. and on our way to the mid to upper 70s as we take you into the afternoon. Should top out right about 78, which is pretty close to where we typically are for September 19th. Sun's only up until 7:09, so enjoy that sunshine while you can. Back with your full forecast. We will talk about the potential for some rain heading in for this upcoming weekend.
Having the legislature and Maryland find the backbone to change the legislature and make sure there's accountability and responsibility. Until that happens, nothing is going to change.
This morning, we are continuing our coverage on the juvenile crime crisis plaguing the state. The latest incident happening at Dunbar High School here. 2 teenagers now in custody after shots were fired at the school yesterday afternoon. Police say the gunfire hit the window of the cafeteria. Fortunately, no one was hurt. We know it happened after dismissal around 4 p.m. It is the second shooting at Dunbar in the past few weeks. Earlier this month, a 12-year-old was shot at a football game.
comes on the heels of a violent weekend involving teens in Baltimore. Of the 7 people shot since Friday, 5 are juveniles. Fox 45 News has been covering the juvenile crime problem for months as parents, police, and now prosecutors across the state are calling for change.
We don't want a child to be, their entire lives to be ruined over one mistake when they're so young and still deciding on what they want to do with the rest of their life.
We have live team coverage this morning. In a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with the potential divide between lawmakers and who they represent when it comes to juvenile crime.
But we begin with Olivia Dance. She is live with the renewed urgency to address juvenile crime in Baltimore County. Olivia.
Yo, Megan and Patrice, juvenile crime continues to be a major concern. And this morning, the number of children who are stealing cars has skyrocketed. Police partially blame the current juvenile justice laws that prevent them from charging any thief that's under the age of 13.
They are choosing the kid under age 13 to be the driver. So we have 11-year-olds with no license, no training, driving these stolen cars at high speeds. Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them and you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not. They know they're underage, and they know they can't get in trouble.
So let's take a look at some of the statistics. In Baltimore County, car thefts are up 175% this year compared to the same time period last year. The number of adults arrested for stealing cars is up 15% from this time last year. And finally, the number of juveniles arrested for stealing cars is up 508%. While state lawmakers have deemed car theft a minor crime, Baltimore County Police insist it has major implications. And police continue to voice their frustrations with having to send juveniles right back home, even if they are repeat thieves. County police have already distributed hundreds of steering wheel locks to drivers and are now working with car dealerships to distribute even more. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, it seems some state leaders are not on the same page. Last week, lawmakers held a hearing to address juvenile justice laws, but no concrete solutions came out of it. Shannon Lilly is continuing our team coverage, and she's joining us now with the pressure that is continuing to build to find answers to these ongoing issues.
Yeah, leaders from around Maryland continue to raise concerns, Patrice, about juvenile crime impacting more and more communities. And now the policy ideas held by the leader of the Department of Juvenile Services are back under scrutiny. Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, though, is pointing out that juvenile crime is actually down across the state, but that's not what many on the front lines are seeing. Take a listen.
The statements of the secretary about the falling numbers in terms of juvenile crime that's not what we've seen here in Montgomery County.
This legislation has put our children at risk, our communities at risk, and the entire state at risk of extreme chronic violence.
And the time is now. They're really looking at these issues.
Now, Schiraldi, though, is described by Governor Wes Moore as a reformer who can tackle the juvenile crime issue and revamp the Department of Juvenile Services, which has long been plagued with problems. And Schiraldi is reiterating his view that young kids don't belong in the criminal justice system for several crimes. And that view is consistent with his previous policy stances.
If you ask most of your viewers, how different were you, particularly the men, at the age of 17 versus the age of 19? Were you dramatically more ready to engage in adult responsibility and adult behaviors when you were a freshman or a sophomore in college than you were when you were a senior in high school? I think most people would say no.
Well, meanwhile, Governor Wes Moore has said that he will look to lawmakers to make some changes when it comes to those juvenile laws when they return for session in January. But he hasn't said specifically what changes he wants to see. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust the state legislature to pass laws that protect your safety? So far, 96% of people who voted so far say no. You can make your voice heard by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
The U.S. national debt hits another record high, now topping $33 trillion.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill this morning. Kayla, this is coming as Congress is working to avoid a government shutdown. A lot going on.
A lot going on here, and that massive number, $33 trillion, is at the center of tensions between Republicans and Democrats when it comes to crafting a budget everyone can agree on. And to put the $33 trillion, that figure, into perspective, 4 decades ago, the national debt was under $1 trillion at around $907 billion. Seems small compared to today. Now, critics say we're becoming numb to these big numbers. Hardline Republicans remaining adamant spending cuts have to be made. On Sunday, the far-right Freedom Caucus and a group of more moderate House Republicans unveiled a short-term plan to temporarily fund the government through October 31st. This plan includes an 8% spending cut on federal agencies, but that does not include defense, the VA, and disaster relief. It's already, though, run into opposition from within the GOP, and Senate Majority Leader Democrat Chuck Schumer called this proposal by Republicans reckless. Democrats blaming GOP infighting if the government shuts down. Speaker Kevin McCarthy is also running out of options as the deadline to come to an agreement, that's September 30th, is fast approaching.
Man, at the same time, we know the president's son, Hunter Biden, is suing the IRS. What's going on here?
Well, Hunter Biden's team claims testimony and TV interviews by IRS whistleblowers Gary Shapley and Joseph Ziegler violated his privacy. This is connected to the tax and gun charges that were brought against him. Shapley and Ziegler both testified before the House Oversight Committee earlier this year and said they faced limits while investigating the president's son. The whistleblowers' lawyers said the lawsuit is just an intimidation tactic, saying they're not going to be muzzled by this. The lawsuit alleges the IRS has not done enough to keep Hunter's personal information private. They're seeking $1,000 in damages for every disclosure.
All right, Kayla Gaskins, live in Washington. Thank you.
In just a few minutes, President Joe Biden will address the United Nations General Assembly.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center with what he is expected to say. Tom.
Yeah, Megan Patrice, you see it started here just a few minutes ago. About 7 minutes ago, they stood up at the pulpit and introduced all these nations. This is coming from New York City at the UN, the world stage today, where President Biden is expected to promote democracy, meet with world leaders, and then advocate for increased support for Ukraine. Leaders from at least 145 countries, they're in their seats with a few notable exceptions. Take a look at your screen right there. France, United Kingdom, China, and Russia will not be there, meaning 4 of the 5 permanent members of the council will be absent. So what can leaders expect to accomplish? We're getting word a substantial section of President Biden's speech will be devoted to the war in Ukraine. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to attend today's talks, and he will do it in person for the first time since the start of the war. Remember, last year they played a recorded message with Russia in attendance. This year, Russia's seats are empty. Taking you live now to the White House, where Zelensky is then set to meet with President Biden Thursday. We know Washington's message of support for Ukraine has been complicated, especially recently, by a few handfuls of lawmakers now actively opposing any more funding for that war. The White House is seeking $24 billion additional dollars in additional aid to Ukraine, which it hoped would be passed alongside a continuing resolution to keep the government open while budget negotiations continue. We'll keep you posted from the live center here as this goes on. And if we hear anything over the next 50 minutes, we'll make sure that we update you on the summit.
Thank you, Tom. School bus troubles continue in Howard County, topping our next half hour. What the superintendent is doing to find a solution as residents and board members voice their concerns.
Plus, tensions rising in Harford County, why the county's top prosecutor is saying County Executive Bob Casserly is retaliating against her. 9/11, you're watching Fox 45. Good day. 9:14 now. Let's take a look at some of the events that are happening in our region today.
At 9:30 this morning, Senate President Bill Ferguson will join leaders from the Maryland Department of Health to announce a $120 million investment of state funding to expand and support K-12 behavioral health services across Maryland. Then at 6 to 8 this evening, the group Neighbors for Buses, they're going to be holding a town hall. That is happening in Howard County to discuss all school bus related concerns. It's going to take place in the large meeting room of the Central Branch of the Columbia Library.
Topping your health headlines this morning, abortion services resumed in Wisconsin Monday after having been halted for more than a year since the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Planned Parenthood is now offering abortion procedures at a location in Madison and at another in Milwaukee. The move comes after a judge ruled a state law from 1849 did not apply to abortion procedures. Planned Parenthood had suspended them due to uncertainty about the enforceability of the law.
Wisconsin law is still pretty restrictive when it comes to abortions in terms of waiting periods, required ultrasounds, a prohibition on the use of telemedicine for medication abortion, and only 2 of our health centers are currently providing abortion care.
The Attorney General's lawsuit could still reach Wisconsin's Supreme Court.
Meanwhile, a new study has found obesity has been an increasing factor in cardiac deaths over the last 2 decades. According to research published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, adults whose obesity contributed to their heart disease death tripled from 1999 to 2020. In general, the deaths were more common among men than women. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says about 115 million people in the U.S. are obese, and that number has been rising over the years.
It's been rising because of unhealthy snack habits. That's according to a study published in the European Journal of Nutrition. Researchers analyzed the snacking habits of 854 people, and over 25% of the participants reported eating healthy main meals, but then snacking on highly processed food and sugary treats. Eating those types of snacks was linked to higher BMIs and other weight-related issues, which increase the risk for stroke, heart disease, and obesity.
And right now, the American Red Cross is asking Americans to roll up your sleeves. The nonprofit organization that provides about 40% of U.S. blood and blood components to hospitals is facing a shortage. Supply levels fell nearly 25% since early August because of a drop in donations and back-to-back months of climate-driven disasters. Emergency supplies of donated blood are described as, quote, critically low. The Red Cross needs to collect about 12,500 donations each day to meet patients' needs.
9:17 now, and we're taking you live to the Inner Harbor, looking pretty. Towson, looking pretty. Ocean City looks gorgeous there as we are tracking our temperatures for these last few days of summer. Today we're starting cool across the state, but we're going to see the sun, as you see right there, and highs in the 70s by the afternoon.
What a nice time to be on the boardwalk, riding a bike. I'm going to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers here with this summer forecast.
Yeah, exactly right. In fact, temperatures next couple of days are still going to be in the above average category. So very nice conditions, dry air with those mainly clear skies out there as we look down the 395 toward the Patapsco right now. A good day to do stuff outside. We're already at 66 and on our way to the upper 70s as we head later into the afternoon with a mostly sunny afternoon. Those temperatures staying near average for this time of year. So head out to Cross Street Market next hour. We'll see those temperatures in the mid 60s and getting up into the upper 70s here in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. Maybe you're doing Taco Tuesday with numbers that will still be hanging out in the mid to upper 70s through about 4 and 5 p.m. Overall, on your high temps, you can see typically we're about 79. A lot of us will still hang out in the lower 70s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to the Hereford zone. 76 Towson and Lutherville, Timonium. Mid 70s for Perry Hall and White Marsh, and upper 70s for Dundalk and Baltimore City. Even up and down the 95 corridor, some lower 70s for New York and Philly. Upper 70s Baltimore down through D.C. and 76 down the ocean there in Ocean City. Maybe you're flying down there today, pilots, looking at mainly visual flight rules, maybe a bit breezy at times, but overall a VFR day today. Visual flight rules, that's what VFR stands for. Now, in terms of our temperature tracker, this is what I was talking about. Next couple of days, we slide back into the lower 80s on Wednesday and Thursday. Still hanging right near average by Friday. Notice that little bit of a dip there on Saturday afternoon with more cloud cover and some rain that's on the way. But then as we get into the first few days of fall, those numbers are still in the mid to upper 70s. So very comfortable conditions outside. And if you want some warmer temperatures, when you look at the next 6 to 10 days, the orange here throughout most of the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast is progressing that we're forecasting that we will see a good chance of above average temperatures heading toward the middle and later part of next week as well. Here's a look at our future scan. So Tuesday afternoon looks good with that ridge of high pressure in place. This ridge is going to stay with us for the next couple of days and keep us mainly dry. By the time we get to Thursday and Friday, we'll get a little bit more of a southerly flow, and that will start to pick up some more cloud cover. We are tracking a system that is going to be moving closer to us by Saturday morning. Now, the latest computer model runs are keeping the main center of this system well to the east of the 95 corridor, but at least a few showers with us on Saturday morning, probably some gusty wind as well. Moving out of here on Saturday afternoon, and now Sunday does look a little bit drier, even though we'll still have some cloud cover around. We're not tracking a lot in the way of actual rain. Shout out to Liv in Bel Air. Oh my goodness, look at precious little Lincoln right there. Those ears are gigantic. Doesn't even fit that dog's body right now. I love it. But Lincoln's having a good day in the park, just relaxing out there in the sunshine. So thanks, Liv, and you can get your pet pics to me too. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. Just shoot me an email with the JPEG. Happy to put your pets on TV. So these are the last 4 days of summer. There's my PSL right there on Saturday, and I want to hear anybody yelling about it if I have one, because then it's fall, okay? All right, so 75 on Saturday. Should be a little bit on the cloudy side, maybe a stray shower or two for the Ravens game Sunday afternoon, but overall those temps back into the mid to upper 70s.
All right, Justin, thank you. In your consumer news, gas prices remain elevated this week when compared to last week's price. According to AAA, the average cost of a gallon of gas on Tuesday is $3.88. Today is Tuesday. That is 4 cents higher than the average last Tuesday. It's also a penny higher than a month ago. And $3.88 is 20 cents higher than the average cost of a gallon of gas from this time last year.
Some good news on the injury front after the Ravens win over the Bengals. In our next half hour, an update on safety Marcus Williams.
The Big Deal World's Largest Pickle Party is going down this weekend. And ladies and gentlemen, Dilly is in the building. Go Dilly, go Dilly, go Dilly. We'll tell you all about it coming up next. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Go Dilly.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
You know, he's been making a name for himself for quite a while now. The Big Dill is back.
Well, another big deal, our own Mark Clark, live at Power Plant Live. He's got all of what's happening with the pickle. And Mark, you have been having a really good time out there this morning.
I've been having a lot of fun, and I got to tell you, this guy right here, believe it or not, he's kind of a big deal. Kevin Paxton, Kevin, you created this thing. People from all over the world are coming to Baltimore. It's the world's biggest pickle party.
Absolutely. I got to ask you, Mark.
Yes, sir.
When's the last time you saw a 10-foot pickle?
Okay.
That's Dilly the pickle right there.
I'm not going for that, Kevin. Dilly. Okay, Dilly. Yes, Dilly. Okay, I was going to say.
We are the world's largest pickle party, and we are coming back for our 4th year, and we are delighted to coming back to this city.
I love it.
We got carnival games, we have pickles, we have vendors, we have music, we have everything. It is going to be an extravaganza going on this weekend. The world's largest pickle party returning to Baltimore.
And no worries, right, Kevin? People bought the tickets.
Yep.
Now, there was a little weather concern, but no worries.
We're looking at the weather, but we always have a date coming up in a couple weeks in November, and those tickets transfer just in case. But right now we're on. We're gonna play it by ear.
No worries, man.
Absolutely.
And
There's
of
never
course,
any worries.
ladies, Dilly's back.
Yes.
Ladies, Dilly's back. Kids, Dilly's back. And so now, Kevin, you said, what do you call the kids that come out to pickle kids?
We love our little gherkins.
The little gherkins.
The little gherkins.
I like
And we have carnival games and everything for them as well. It's a family-friendly event. It's the world's largest pickle party. www.bigdill.com.
And right here in Baltimore.
Somebody's like,
Who knew?
Man,
who said I like gherkins?
I do. I like gherkins.
She said I like.
We're going to put in more information on the largest pickle festival on foxbaltimore.com/news links.
Houston, we have a problem. Still ahead, what Orioles strikes again to give the Birds the victory over the Astros.
That's no problem there. Temperatures will be above average for the last official week of summer. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next chance for rain in his full Weather Authority forecast. 9:27 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
New developments in the spying allegations against Harford County Executive Bob Casserly. Just ahead, a look at the political infighting, the back and forth, and the new legal action being threatened.
The transportation troubles continue for Howard County schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the changes the district is implementing and why parents are upset.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We saw wind in Shannon's shot, but not in Olivia, so I guess you might see it.
Depends on where you are. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. He's got to look at the forecast.
Mother Nature does what she wants, as she always likes to let us know and remind everybody, oh, look at that forecast. Hee. I'm just going to change it up. We are seeing some breezy conditions out there right now. Our Towson camera, though, nice and clear skies. And boy, I tell you, real nice temperature-wise, low to mid-50s in western Maryland, low to mid-60s for Westminster and Bel Air, over to Baltimore City at 66, 65 in Annapolis, 62 down in North Beach. So out for a run or a jog next few hours, mid to upper 60s. Overall, kind of mild conditions if you are going to get out for a run or a jog. And the next 3 days will be in the upper 70s today, lower 80s Wednesday and Thursday. So the last few days of summer still feeling good and great conditions outdoors with those numbers slightly above average. We are tracking at least some rain for part of the weekend. We'll break that down for you coming up in just a few.
It won't benefit the whole Howard County population.
I've heard my colleagues say today that they're disappointed, and I think that's the understatement of the century.
Frustration continues in Howard County as school transportation concerns continue to be an issue there.
The school system is working on a solution, changing start and dismissal times by 10 minutes throughout the county. That's set to begin tomorrow.
But leading up to tomorrow's time adjustment, parents are still fighting the changes.
Olivia Danz joining us live as the superintendent says he is not shifting his stance on this issue. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, parents, teachers, students, and now the school board are all voicing their concerns over the change in school times. With the change, some middle schools and then all high schools like Wild Lake here will start 10 minutes early and then will also be dismissed from school 10 minutes early. Other schools like Tier 3 elementary schools will start and be dismissed 10 minutes later. At the start of this school year, to improve students' sleep schedule, later start times and a 3-tiered system was implemented, but what followed was a bus service breakdown. So now by shifting some start times 10 minutes earlier and others a few minutes later, Superintendent Michael Martirano is estimating 96% of morning buses will arrive on time, but that stat dips to just 67% in the afternoon.
And that percentage is not great.
Can't get her there at 8 a.m. How are they going to get her there at 7:50 in the morning?
I received an outpouring of so much frustration from students, and I think it's totally understandable.
I'm concerned because I think the issue is bigger than just time.
As you just heard, the school board, students, and parents are frustrated over the shift in school times. Many argue that changing the times won't change the issues brought on by the district's new bus contractor, Zoom Transportation, a California-based company that's down dozens of drivers. But the superintendent says the changes will give bus drivers more time to complete their routes and is confident the changes will drive results. The new times are expected to take effect tomorrow. And of course, you can find the full list of changes for each school on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Howard County, I'm Olivia Danz, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Tonight, a mother in Ellicott City is hosting a town hall focused on the bus issues. It is scheduled to begin at 6 p.m. at the Howard County Library in Columbia. It's unknown if anyone from Howard County Public Schools will attend that town hall.
Making headlines this morning, new details in the spying controversy surrounding County Executive Bob Casserly.
Casserly is pushing back on the Harford County State's attorney's claims that he is retaliating against her.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with more on the back and forth. Shannon.
Yeah, this is yet another wrinkle, Megan and Patrice, in the ongoing saga, and it all ties back to those allegations that Harford County Executive Bob Castley spied on a county councilman, the sheriff, and several others earlier this year. Well, you'll remember back in July, the Harford County State's Attorney, Allison Healy, sent a criminal complaint on those allegations to the state prosecutor. Well, now she believes that Castley is withholding important information from her in order to retaliate for that.
Is refusing to provide access to this important information to which I am entitled in retaliation for my referral of a recent investigation into their conduct. These emails include invoices, contracts, personnel actions, and state and federal grant correspondence that simply cannot be ignored for any period of time.
Now, for more background on those emails that she mentioned there, Healy says a critical staff member is out on extended emergency leave of her staff, and information and communications is now trapped in that staff email account. Well, the email account is held on Harford County servers, but she says when her office requested access to the account, County Executive Bob Castley's administration said no. Well, Castley himself showed up to yesterday's press conference to explain why, and he says he is not retaliating. He's claiming this very public political infighting has deeper ties to issues playing out in Harford County's Republican base.
No retribution, no retaliation. What's absurd is that she turns to me and says, hey, what I just have asked you to be indicted for, the same conduct, I want you to now do it because it would benefit me. I'm like, what are you kidding me? This is Keystone Cops? And that's why they're coming after me right now. This is political theatrics. This is a political hit job.
So as you just heard, a lot of back and forth going on there. Meanwhile, Healy is seeking emergency funding in order to establish an independent data server, and she is also threatening legal action. She says she will take Castley to court so that a judge can demand that that information be released. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Baltimore City is seeing an alarming spike in car thefts, over 200%. After the break, a law enforcement expert weighs in on the different things criminals can get out of vehicles that don't belong to them.
Another sunny day with highs in the 70s. Still ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we can expect our next weather maker. 9:36, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:39 developing now. There is no sign of car thieves slowing down in the city. Compared to this time last year, car thefts in Baltimore City have skyrocketed over 200%. That is according to the latest statistics posted by the Baltimore Police Department.
When a percentage is that high, it cannot just be a statistic, it must be a call to action. It is also a reason that some residents have chosen to leave our city.
Councilman Zeke Cohen is citing those numbers as he is now calling for a hearing into the growing problem. We have Taylor Stewart joining us live here in studio with more on that hearing and the impact on city residents. Taylor?
That's right. More than 7,700 people have been reporting car thefts this year. That measures out to about 29 car thefts each day, a 200% increase, and only 3% of these thefts ended in arrest. Now, Councilman Zeke Cohen, he's calling for a hearing into this problem. At Monday's council meeting, he referenced a deadly carjacking in his district, Fells Point. According to BPD's own data, 68 people have been carjacked in the last month alone. Now, we've been pressing police, state leaders, city leaders for answers for months now. Councilman Cohen, we asked him why not take action sooner.
I think that we're all working together to solve this crisis, and it is a huge issue, not just, again, in Baltimore, but in so many of these jurisdictions. And I think it takes an approach where everybody is at the table.
Keep in mind here, Cohen is running for city council president. Fox 45 News spoke with political commentator John Deedy, who says this resolution could have more to do with politics than public safety.
And the name Mosby, when you think of crime, is associated with lenient crime policies. So to say that you're going to be a little bit tougher is a good, offset from what your opponent is. And I think that this is a smart move for him to take a stronger stand on an issue like this, because there's a lot of votes he needs to get out of the city in order to win the primary.
Now, especially because his only opponent right now is incumbent Nick Mosby. He says Mosby's wife, former city state attorney Marilyn Mosby, and her reputation could play a role here. Now, we'll keep you updated on this upcoming hearing when a date comes about, but if you have a stolen car story, scan that QR code on your screen. It'll take you to foxbaltimore.com. Let us know what happened. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
The Powerball jackpot continues to climb, now at $672 million. Coming up, we're going to let you know when you're going to have another chance of winning the big bucks.
But first, it's a new era for Towson football. After the break, we're going to sit down with the new head coach for the Towson Tigers as he shares more about his passion for coaching. It is 9:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
9:44. It is a new day for football at Towson University. They've got a new coach and their first win of the season. Head coach Pete Chinnick is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Congrats on the win and welcome. You're from Baltimore, so this is a homecoming for you.
It is. I was born here. My dad played for the Baltimore Colts, so I was here for the last part of his career. So lived here up until age 5, and so it's great to be back. And my wife and I have thoroughly been enjoying just being here and getting back into the city and getting back into everything Baltimore.
There's so much fun to be had here. You just had some fun. You had your first win of the season. That had to feel good, and that's got to give you a good outlook for the season ahead.
It really does, and I was really proud of our guys. We had a couple of tough games, opened up with Maryland at their place, so that was a little difficult. Our first home game, we would have liked to have gotten that as our first victory, but proud of our guys against Morgan State. They came out, played really well, so it was a fun evening for us.
And you're not new to this. You've got 20-plus seasons of football under your belt. You've been all around the country. You've been Division II Coach of the Year twice. So this is obviously your passion.
It is, yeah. You know, my dad played, and then he got into coaching, and so that probably sparked in me watching him coach, being on the sideline, spending time with his players as to the desire of what I wanted to do when I got into college, and then got into it and have loved it ever since. So 30-plus years of coaching, 20-plus years of being a head coach. It's been what I love and enjoyed every day of it.
And you keep talking about your dad. Your dad played with the Colts. Your dad went to the Super Bowl. I mean, that's pretty big time.
No, he had an amazing career. So, I mean, the 58 championship game he was a part of, which is, big for the Baltimore Colt era, the 59 championship game. Super Bowl III, they lost that. And then as a coach, he coached in 2 Super Bowls, won one with the Oakland Raiders and then lost one with the New England Patriots. So he had an amazing career, and it was just a blast as a son to watch that take place, be on the sidelines and be around it.
I can't even imagine. All right, you've got to get your head in the game for what you've got coming up, game against Norfolk coming up. So what can we expect?
Well, Norfolk, playing really good football. They just played Temple last week, so I don't think coming here they're going to be awestruck by anything that we do. They've been playing some really good football, but really we talk about it's how we play, not who we play. Really get our guys to just stress on who we are, what we're doing. So we've been trying to fine-tune the little details of our game and get better this week, and we're excited to be back in Johnny Unitas Stadium. We didn't get a win last time. We want to do that this weekend.
And plenty of seats to still be had. People can come out, so we want to encourage people to come out and watch the game.
No, we really do. We want to fill Johnny Unitas Stadium. We want to get a packed crowd, so we'd love to have everybody there. 4 p.m. Looking forward to it.
All right, Coach, very good to meet you.
Thank you.
All right, well, from one local college team to the hometown Baltimore Ravens. Megan, you got it.
Yeah, even with the 2-0 start to the season for the Flock, the injuries are adding up, and it appears the team received some good news yesterday. Here's what we know. Starting safety Marcus Williams will not be done for the season as feared with that pectoral injury from week 1. After more tests and opinions, the cornerback will not have to undergo surgery, meaning the Ravens could get him back this season, and with no IR or roster moves yet, that could actually mean in the coming weeks. Time will tell.
Marcus is not getting the surgery, so he's just rehabbing right now to get himself back on the field. There's a sort of a vague time frame right now, but I just don't want to put it out there and then everybody be mad at me later.
But Johnny's not putting him on IR or sign.
He's not going to go on IR, right.
Meanwhile, the Ravens will catch an injury break come week 5 when they battle the Steelers on October 8th. Pittsburgh will be without their leading receiver, Deontay Johnson, who was just placed on the IR. He is out 4 games automatically with that IR designation.
And you knew Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes wasn't going to go all season without making a little extra money. The Chiefs and Mahomes reaching a record-setting restructure on his 10-year, $450 million year deal from 2020. The team will now give the 2-time Super Bowl champ north of $210 million between this season and 2026. That is the most money in a 4-year span in NFL history.
Is that how it works? Can we go to the bosses and restructure?
I'm making a meeting right now.
Well, this morning, the O's are staying on top with their win over the Astros, a 9-8 win after Cedric Mullins' clutch 3-run homer in the top of the ninth. Taking you live to Houston, Texas, and Camden Yards as the two teams go at it tonight once again. First pitch for Game 2 in the series, 8:10 p.m.
We want to see how you're supporting the O's this season. Everyone's excited. Scan the QR code there on your screen. That's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos, and it's all powered by Stackblock.
All right, it's 9:50 now. We want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
He's got to look at our forecast. I just found an Orioles sweatshirt. I was going through my closet yesterday, and we haven't had to wear it in fall lately. Now we do this year.
Absolutely, yeah, especially this morning. I mean, we're not even talking about the studio and how cold it always is in here. We're talking about being outside. So when the O's come back next Tuesday night against the Nationals in the Battle of the Beltways, we'll see how those temperatures are going to play out. That'll be our first full week of autumn. But yeah, they're going to be gone for the next week. But then we have that nice last homestand before we're hopefully hosting a playoff game here in Baltimore. Hank the Birdie's very excited about that. He and the Oriole Bird, they go back. I mean, they had legendary parties in the 70s. There's pictures. It's like old black and white photos. But Hank, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. See, he was definitely partying with the Oriole Bird back then. So mid-70s through noon, into the mid to upper 70s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. And checking your temperatures here across the region today, low to mid-70s, Westminster, Bel Air over to Cockeysville, 74 in Elkton, 78 in Baltimore City, 76 in Annapolis. Overall, pretty nice day. A little bit breezy at times, and maybe you still have a couple of more beach days left in you if you're heading down the ocean. Mid-70s Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. That water temperature right at 74 degrees, and overall looking pretty nice. 4 days left until autumn, so it's coming up this Saturday. It happens early Saturday morning, 2:49 a.m. So by the time you probably get up on Saturday morning, you'll be waking up to fall and possibly some rain. So get the cars cleaned up now. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we're not tracking any rain for the next couple of days. You can go ahead and get them cleaned up on your car wash cast. Ridge of high pressure going to be center stage here for the next couple of days. That's going to keep us high and dry. But as we head closer to the weekend, a better chance of some more rain showers coming in, especially early Saturday morning and potentially into Saturday afternoon. Right now, everything still looks good. There's an area of low pressure that could become subtropical in nature, not a tropical storm, but could have some of those same characteristics, bringing in more of the gusty winds and some rain showers by the time we get into Saturday afternoon, which also could mean by Sunday, a couple of sprinkles left over for the Ravens game. The Ravens have one more home game on Sunday. They're not back until the end of October. They have a home game in England, but that doesn't really count because I don't think we can walk there. Anyway, our 7-day forecast here, 70s and 80s for the next couple of days. Back to the upper 70s Friday. And again, Saturday is going to be our best chance for some showers and storms with some of those leftover showers on Sunday.
All right, Justin, thank you. Trending now, the jackpot for the Powerball lottery continues to climb ahead of Wednesday night's drawing. Check it out. The lottery says the estimated jackpot for the top prize is now about $672 million. After no one won the prize Monday night, that one-time cash payout is estimated to be roughly $320 million. The next drawing of the Powerball is at 10:59 on Wednesday night.
We are staying dry this week, slightly above average temperatures as summer is winding down. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will be back to let you know what you can expect for the rest of the week. That's all coming up in his exclusive 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.
And yeah, there it is, the 10-day forecast. Oh, we got a minute left. Okay, good. Somebody just told me a minute.
Nice. We got all
Did they
the
tell me a
time in the
minute
world.
earlier?
Yeah,
Oh, I
they
didn't hear
did.
that.
They did.
Okay.
Sorry. All right, 70s today, lower 80s Wednesday and Thursday. Now notice on Saturday, that's going to be our next chance to see some showers rolling in, possibly some thunderstorms, could see some heavy and strong winds. And then notice as we get toward next week, that'll be the first week of autumn, and our temps kind of hovering near or just even slightly above average. So overall, really great conditions to be outdoors today and the next couple of days as well.
How come you don't do the Ravens helmet on the 10-day, only on your 7-day?
You just put him on the spot there.
Because I forgot.
Oh, okay.
I forgot to put it on there, yeah.
That's all right.
All right.
I'm not lazy. I mean, sometimes I'm lazy.
It'll be there next time.
I will be there tomorrow now because you're going to make me feel bad about it. So,
I have faith.
Sorry.
All right, and you can take the PSLs off.
No.
Ah,
You messed up, man.
brings everything.
You
Sorry.
messed up big.
Wow.